Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Yoga and Health Expo's 9th year. This is so exciting to be sitting down with the president and the visionary for this extraordinary organization, Aditya Tiwatia, to talk a little bit about this amazing vision that you've had and that you've been sharing, the Yogic way of life, and your focus on better eating, on mental health, sustainability, and raising the vibration of the world around us. And since we have you here to kick off this incredible show we have for everyone and all the viewers out there today, I thought we'd ask you just a few quick questions that you could share with all the viewers who are watching today at home, and share with us, a bit of your insight and how you keep this vision of yours going so strong after 9 years. And, and before, we jump really into that, I want to ask, can you please explain to the viewers out there who are watching a little bit more about the Yogic way of life, what that means for you, and how that's carried on as your vision throughout this whole entire process?
Thank you very much, Rachel, for your generous words. And there's so many questions, but those questions are full of energy. So, this is a beautiful feeling. First of all, my heartiest gratitude and thanks to all the followers, those who have supported us in the last 9 years. And very proudly, very humbly, we are entering in 10th year. So this has been a passionate journey. It looks like that we started that journey just yesterday, because it's not work for us. And my special thanks to my team. So my team is a wonderful team. We work together, and we haven't reached where we are right now without their cooperation, their energy, their intentions, and their hope. So it's life is all about sustainability. These days we talk about environment, global warming, mental health, food. So yogic way of life is an umbrella, and this umbrella is it's a lifestyle, complete lifestyle. You can say yogic lifestyle. So under this umbrella, you can have a particular lifestyle which is progressive, which is pragmatic, which takes care of each and every element which our Mother Earth provides us. So when we take care, communication and connectivity is very important. So if we see the situation just as an individual or as a society or as a country or as a humanity, I say, the situation pre-COVID and the situation after COVID, mental health has become a huge issue. We are talking, as I told you, that individually it is impacting us. When we go out, we interact with people, we can feel it. And now even it is reflecting in government policies. So we cannot live in isolation. If we can live in isolation, then why would we talk about Amazons? We have 2 lungs of the world, 2 Amazons.
Right.
So everything is connected. So we have to connect. So connectivity comes through communication. So I have to talk human to human, who is around me. That is very important. So mental health, one thing is that we are not communicating, we are feeling alone. And this whole spectrum, we have to address, we have to connect with the Mother Nature, and we have to see that how we are using the resources which Mother Earth has given us. So the same thing we want to leave for our future generations, or we want to leave even a healthier, happier planet. So we have to understand that we have to communicate with people, we have to connect with Mother Earth, and food plays a very important part. As I always say, that it is very important that what we are consuming, where it is coming from. In Bhutan, that's a small country, beautiful country, in Himalayas. So they have put in the elementary school for the kids. So they have given a small piece of land to each kid, and they are growing their own food.
Wow.
So we all got to know that what is on our table, in our plate. Why? Because if we will grow our food, we will again connect with the food. We would know. That's why farmer is a very important part of this food chain. And this is the real food chain. If the farmers, the local farmers would do good, then they will produce the health of the soil is very important too. So this all thing is connected. So when the farmer will connect with the soil, the quality of soil, fertility of the soil, so then we are going to have good food. And coming back to good food, we are what we eat. So if we are eating healthy, clean food, and we know where it is coming from, then we will have more compassion, empathy and sympathy towards our planet, towards every living being, and for with our nation. So it is very important. And I always say that Yoga and Health Expo is a awareness platform. It is awareness campaign. Let's talk. We all learn. I mean, I have changed so much. I turned vegan. I was born in a vegetarian family, and I'm vegan. So it's just we all evolve. We learn from each other, and again, we are where we are because we wanted to be here, and we still want to grow. We still want to progress. So this is our journey.
I love that, and just connecting the conscious awareness and becoming more conscious of our choices, and really deep rooting into that connection, which I think is such a strong message, especially now after we've gone through COVID. And I think that's just such a beautiful way to look at it. And I love that you're continuing to share this vision. It's so special. And with that being said, before we jump into this year's wonderful show that we have planned, do you have any final messages to share with our viewers today?
I mean, I have a simple request to make, and the request is please connect with us. Whichever way, when I talk about very passionately about values and elements under the umbrella of yogic way of life, at least if you are eating meat, become vegetarians once a day in a week, one day in a week. And if you're vegetarian, start being vegan one day in a week. Take a step, as we say, 1,000-mile journey, start with one step. And that is the only way. And we promise, I'm also representing my team. So on their behalf, I promise that we won't disappoint you. And we would love this family to become bigger because we believe in that this world is one family. And not only humans, everything which this planet has offered us, we are connected. Only the thing is, we don't understand that we are connected, or if we understand, we don't understand enough that we are connected. But we have to start connected. We have to connect, and then we have to communicate. We have to see, the other side, that where they are coming from, what is the need, what is the right mechanism to take our message to the people, to the masses. And the masses are intelligent enough. We are living in this age of this you can say digital age. So we can know how to reach out to the right thing and just take the first step.
Well, there you have it, everyone. The words from the president himself, Aditya Tewatia. Thank you so much for sharing your passion and, again, just this overall message of the yogic way of life, and really sharing about how special and how important connection and communication is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, a special thank you from our president and founder, Mr. Aditya Tewatia. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and for continuing this incredible process with us all. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our very first speaker of our expo this year. I am very proud to introduce to you Dr. Alexina Mehta, speaking today about the power of Pneuma breathwork. Dr. Alexina Mehta is a naturopathic doctor, a fitness expert, and speaker. She is passionate about health, well-being, and her work is inspired by her great-grandfather, a map maker who discovered the Diamond Sutras, which is so exciting. Dr. Mehta offers an in-person and online services, which is quite awesome, and also frequently speaks at events on integrative medicine. She's very eagerly awaiting the publication of her first 2 upcoming books, and I'm excited to have her here and share her knowledge with us all. Please welcome Dr. Alexina Mehta.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Alexina Mehta here. I'm so excited to see you all here today. I'm a naturopathic physician and Ayurvedic practitioner, and I'm really looking forward to getting to know you all a little bit better. I hope that you can reach out to me in the future and we can connect further and continue on this conversation of how to have a healthier lifestyle in all the different aspects and topics that the Yoga and Health Festival is addressing. So I've been practicing as a naturopathic physician since 2009 in Vancouver, Canada. I'm also an Ayurveda practitioner and a facilitator of Pneuma breathwork and transpersonal psychology. And I'm a yoga teacher since the age of 19, so quite a while. And also Pilates and fitness instructor. Really, my life has been dedicated so far to the advancement of health and wellness, fitness, in all aspects, in the aspects of the body, in the mind, and in the emotions, and spiritually as well. My background is Indian. I'm originally from India, and I love the Indian culture. I love visiting India. I love all things Vedic and spiritual, connected to the heart, connected to virtue, connected to self-improvement and enlightenment. So I think that many of you also share these interests, and that's really why you're here to listen today. I'm so glad that there's a lot of us that are here today listening to the seminars and talks, because it's a really important movement that we're part of. This movement of self-development and transformation. This is the way that we can create world peace, is by cultivating more peace within ourselves. And how we start with this whole process of cultivating more peace is by observing ourselves, looking at who we are, looking at our patterns in the mind, the emotions, in our body, and step by step, slowly addressing one small thing at a time. So today, I am namely going to be speaking about the negative emotions that are impacting us and how we can change them into virtues and values. And ultimately, these virtues and values are who we are at our essence. Yet, many of us experience negative emotions every day. Emotions such as anger, irritation, impatience, emotions like self-doubt, fear, worry. In fact, according to Tibetan Buddhism, there are about 84,000 different negative emotions that we can experience as human beings. And they stem from ignorance. Ignorance being what we do not know, what is yet to be known. So we're going to break down how to address these negative emotions in a very simple way, in a step-by-step fashion. And I hope that this talk today will give you the impetus and the inspiration to continue to learn and study, because today we're really just giving a very tiny piece of the puzzle. I have been studying this topic of transpersonal psychology and breathwork through the Pneuma Institute since 2009. And I'm very happy to be sharing a few treasures that I have found along the way, so that I hope that your life can be a little bit more easy in terms of knowing what to do and how to implement some of these learnings that I'm going to share with you here today. So, first of all, let's elaborate on what a negative emotion actually is. So, an emotion is something that we feel, and it arises in a moment. Often, it arises before we can even acknowledge it. A negative emotion is one that tastes negative. So, when we think about the taste, it doesn't feel good. It's like it leaves this dirty residue in our mouth, in our eyes, in our facial expressions. Our entire expression of ourselves changes when we are expressing any negative emotion. Now, negative thoughts and negative emotions are connected because we experience a thought, we experience an emotion, and then we, unfortunately, due to ignorance, will express it either to ourselves or externally. Now, all negative emotions lead to suffering, and this is something that has been acknowledged and expressed in all of the major traditions, spiritual traditions, mystical traditions, the various sciences of philosophy, mind, the emotions. Through art and myth and archetype, we see these themes of how negative emotions and thoughts create poisons. In Ayurvedic medicine, we talk about it in the terms of creating impurities. And in other traditions, like Chinese medicine, it's spoken about in how the negative emotions and thoughts can harm the body and create conditions. For example, in Chinese medicine, the emotion of anger can create stagnation in the liver. And there's various degrees of how the stagnation can impact the liver and therefore impact other organs and create havoc on one's health. It reminds me of a story of a patient that I saw years ago. And his sons brought him in to see me because they wanted him to just simply talk about what he was going through. He was diagnosed with liver cancer. And I asked him at the time, sir, what do you think caused this for you? Why are you experiencing this illness? And he looked at me straight in the eyes, and without flinching, he said, "This is happening to me because I've been angry most of my life." And I remember being so impressed by this realization that he had, because he had no knowledge of Chinese medicine or Ayurvedic medicine. He simply acknowledged what he was experiencing and shared it. So when you begin to observe your negative emotions, you will start to see how they can impact your physical health. And in science, this is sometimes termed as psychosomatic illnesses. So all of these topics really have so much to share in each one of them. And today I want to give you really a general understanding so that you can continue your study and you can continue to examine this very important topic of addressing negative emotions so that you can become a healthier, happier, more harmonious, and courageous person. And why courageous? Well, because in order to address what is not helping us or serving us in our life, we need to find the courage to change. We need fire. We need passion. We need vigor. And that is the energy that allows us to move through what doesn't serve so that we can embody and embrace what truly does serve. So, negative emotions arise often when we least expect it. None of us want to express negative emotions. None of us want to be hostile or angry or irritable with our spouse or our child or our parents. And yet we are. Oh, have you ever asked yourself, why is it that I can't control my anger? Why is it that I honk at that person when they cut me off, why do I feel that I need to get people back if I feel that they've insulted me? Why do I carry resentment? These are very important questions to ask because, namely, our inner state determines our actual quality of life. We think about quality of life and we think about things like access to food or money or water, community. Yes, of course, all of these things play a part in our quality of life. However, our inner state is something that we are with 100% of the time. And it seems that we don't think about our inner state enough. This is something that I've observed working with patients over all these years that I've been in practice and students that I've been teaching, clients, is that we don't think about ourselves, our inner emotional, mental states enough. It seems that there's a large focus on diet, exercise, which is also important. Yet, how we think and how we feel is something that we do 24 hours a day. Whether we're awake or whether we're asleep, there's also other processes happening in the night. And so we can see that there's so much possibility of transformation and learning as we start to get onto this path and study ourselves. This different aspect of our self-awareness allows us to be able to see things differently. It allows us to see things from a higher perspective, a different point of view. And from there, we can receive realizations, insights, awarenesses, essentially more consciousness about what is happening for us. Now, I'm going to tell you about one of the practices that I really love, and we utilize a lot within the practices of Pneuma Institute, and it is called Pneuma Breathwork. So let me guide you through some of the information. I'm just going to pull it up here. And as I said, Pneuma Breathwork brings us to a place where we can bring light to consciousness. We can observe and understand better who we are. We want to engage in this practice and learn about ourselves. That's ultimately why we do this practice. It helps us to develop more clarity about who we are. And it helps us to figure out where we lost our way. Why did we choose things that were not helpful for our life? And how can we choose something that is going to be more healthy, more harmonious, and more healing for our life? So this practice of Pneuma Breathwork is something that is offered all over the world. We have facilitators in many different countries. And if you go to the website pneumainstitute.org, PNEUMA institute.org, you will find all the different countries that we are in and how you can take part in this practice if you are close to a center where it is offered. Now, some of the things that it can help us with is in the treatment of addictions, fears, various obsessive or compulsive tendencies. Really, all of these different disharmonies that we can experience as human beings stem from unaddressed negative emotions and thoughts. And Pneuma Breathwork can bring light to these different aspects that we deal with and create opportunities for us to get to know ourselves better. And what happens is that we begin to see how toxic these different states are. And because our true essence is value, is virtue, our inner guide, our essence, is helping us to find these virtues and values so that ultimately we eliminate these toxic ways of being and step by step incarnate more healthy and harmonious ways of being. And these come from all of the different virtues. Some examples of virtues include things like compassion, kindness, patience, temperance, tolerance, purity, wisdom, of course, love, joy. And just think that every negative quality has a corresponding positive, healthy, harmonious, virtuous aspect. So just imagine how much more capability we all have to access more virtue in our lives. It truly is a tremendous amount of possibility that we each have. So I truly hope that you can have an opportunity to join us in some of our courses and trainings and breathwork sessions that are offered all over the world. Once again, I invite you to check out the website, numainstitute.org, and we would love to have you join us for one of our opportunities to study. Again, I am located personally here in Vancouver, Canada, and I'm one of the facilitators locally. And I would love to see you at an upcoming seminar. Actually, our next course that we will be running is called Inner Knowledge. It will be offered in September of 2023. And if you are interested, please do reach out. You can contact me directly, and my email address is DRALEXINA as in Mary, E as in egg, H as in hat, T as in table, A as in apple @gmail.com. So that's Dr. Alexina Mehta @gmail.com. And just send me a note saying that you'd like more information, and we'll be sure to send that over to you. And we'd love to have you join us. Once again, I want to thank the wonderful organizers of the Yoga and Health Festival. And I really hope that each one of you has gained some pearl of wisdom here today with all of the different speakers. And I hope that you've learned something through this talk that I've shared with you. And I'd love to hear from you, would love to connect with you. So please do reach out when you can. And I hope to see you again in the near future. Thank you so much.
A very special thank you to Dr. Alexina Mehta for kicking off this year's Expo with all of your incredible knowledge. Thank you so much. We are all so grateful. It is now time for us to take a quick moment to say a special thank you to our sponsor, Western Community College. Western Community College is one of the best private institutions here in British Columbia. With 4 campuses located in Surrey, Abbotsford, and Prince George, they offer 56 plus programs and affordable tuition fees, which is awesome. Their mission is to transform education through building communities. For more information, please check out wcc.ca. It is now time to hear from our next speaker at our Expo this year. And this is a good one because now we're getting into the topic of food, which is heavy on the agenda this year. It is our great pleasure to bring to you to the screen today, Mahesh Kotamangalam. Mahesh is an engineer, a filmmaker who's directed The Slice of Life, and also a vegan. To talk about the future of food, here is Mahesh Kotamangalam. Take it away.
Thank you, Rachel, for a lovely introduction. I'm honored to be speaking at the 9th Annual Yoga and Health Expo, and I thank Mr. Aditya, Mr. Rajiv, and Nikita for inviting me to be one of the speakers at this event. I am super excited to be here, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the other speakers as well. I would like to start with a brilliant quote from a civil rights activist and poet, Maya Angelou. You can't really know where you're going until you know where you've been. This particular quote encapsulates the subject matter of my speech today really well. So let's go back 100 years from now. The year is 1923. The world's population estimated to be just over 1.5 billion at the time, and it reached 2 billion by 1927. The jump from 1 billion in 1804 to 2 billion in 1927 took 123 years. But it only took 33 years to reach 3 billion in the year 1960. Like the life expectancy for men was about 56 years, and women was about 58, so not too high at the time. Telephones, automobiles, air travel, they were accessible to a small percentage of the population. There were some natural disasters that happened in 1923, which took 150,000 people away. They died in earthquakes in China, Iran, and the worst one was in Japan. And more than half of the human population was under human oppression. Another significant event that happened in 1923, Sir Banting, Charles Best, and James Collip, three Canadians, were awarded US patents on one of the greatest medical breakthroughs in history for insulin. Again, the year was 1923. And the best part about this was that they sold these patents to University of Toronto for $1 each. Pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly, they started mass producing insulin in October 1923. And the medicine went on to save millions of lives around the world, especially people who are suffering from diabetes. Now let's come back to the year 2023. The population is close to 8 billion people today. Life expectancy has improved since 1923. Men are about 70 years and then women at 76. And all this is thanks to the advancement in modern medicine. Over 7 billion people today have mobile phones. Over 1.5 billion people drive cars. Global air travel passenger traffic is projected to reach 8.4 billion this year. Again, this is post-pandemic. From severe thunderstorms to tornadoes to earthquakes, natural disasters are occurring more frequently and with greater intensity. You would have seen Hurricane Ian in Florida the other day. Mississippi is getting hard hit. Alabama is getting hit. So there's a lot more earthquakes, a lot more tornadoes happening at a greater intensity today. More than 530 million adults are living with diabetes, and that number was going to go up to 640 million by 2030, 6-7 years from now, and then 780 million by 2045. Obesity is a leading cause of diabetes, especially type 2, which is the more common type of diabetes. And what causes obesity is diet. Over the last century, the consumption of meat, dairy, and eggs has increased to a large-scale industrialization of food processing. Over 95% of the annual base foods are produced by factory farms, which is an intensive agricultural practice designed to maximize production and profits using as fewer resources as possible. Now, globally, the numbers are really startling. 70 billion chickens, 1.5 billion cows, hundreds of millions of turkeys, pigs, and goats. And the fish and the marine life are not even counted by numbers. They're counted by huge nets that are just put on the floors of the oceans, and they're just swooped up. So there's a lot more bycatch, so it's hard to quantify how many fish are actually killed each year. Now, these are all slaughtered every year for human consumption. It is estimated that an average American would consume 7,000 animals during their lifetime. One American, 7,000 animals. Now, there's a correlation between income growth and increase in meat consumption. That's how you see America having a higher meat consumption than many other countries. Now, as incomes in countries grow, so does the meat consumption. For example, India was a largely vegetarian country a few decades ago. But as income levels grew in the 90s and thereafter, the consumption of meat has significantly increased. And I know this for a fact because I grew up in India in the late 90s, and we had one KFC in Bangalore, probably one Burger King in the south of India, and that's pretty much it. And even McDonald's came to India much later. So I was born in a vegetarian family, and I was a vegetarian until my late teens. But then in the 90s, in college, I started eating animals. I ate meat with every meal for the next 7 or 8 years. At one point, I even weighed 200 pounds. I was completely lazy, lethargic, not playing any sports. So yeah, I had a really bad temper. My mood was not great most days. It all had to do with my diet. One afternoon, I was watching the movie Hannibal with the great Anthony Hopkins playing a cannibal in the movie. Cannibal being he eats other humans. There was one particular scene in which he invites Ray Liotta, the other character, over for dinner at his house. And as Ray's eating his dinner, Anthony Hopkins literally cuts open Ray's scalp and starts feeding on his brains from a live human being. And ironically, I had a piece of chicken at the end of my fork as I was eating dinner, watching this movie. I just happened to drop the fork to the ground, and that was the last time I ate meat. I had this weird connection somehow with what's happening on the screen to what I was doing, eating a piece of meat. After that, I watched a bunch of videos of animals getting slaughtered on PETA's website willfully. For some reason, I just wanted to know how animals are getting slaughtered. And then I watched a documentary called Earthlings, which is really, really hard to watch because they literally put a camera in the slaughterhouse and you're pretty much seeing animals getting beaten to death. And I couldn't fathom the fact that we treat animals like inanimate objects. I realized the profound impact those visuals had on me, and I decided I would make a documentary of my own. No, I had no prior experience filming, so I had to enroll myself in a 12-week filmmaking program where I learned the basics of filmmaking, how to set up a camera, how to set up lighting, how to manage audio devices, how to write a screenplay. And then I started researching for people who I need to interview for my documentary. I did not have a clear idea as to what my documentary is going to be about, but the broad stroke idea was that we'll deal with veganism and specifically food, because that's the choice we make 3 times a day at least, majority of us. Now, over the course of 4 years, since 2015 to 2019, I filmed over 60 hours of interviews with over 48 amazing people from the US, Canada, and in India on a wide range of subjects, from animal welfare, animal rights, government policies, laws, global warming, human health, pandemics even. And I gathered up all of this information, and then I hired an editor who could slice and dice it to make it into a 1 hour, 15-minute engaging documentary. And it was titled Slice of Life. It released in 2019 with the world premiere at the Krakow Film Festival in Poland, followed by sold-out screenings in Vancouver, San Francisco, and Austin. I had everything ready for screening in New York, Los Angeles, and London, but then the pandemic happened, and then I just happened to release the documentary online on YouTube. And there's a streaming platform in Australia and New Zealand that has purchased the rights to the documentary, so they're screening it on their platform. Now, one underlying theme of my documentary was to deal with the world population growth and how we can feed 10 billion people by the year 2050. As meat consumption grows, the rate of disease also grows in those demographics. Now, we talked about growing countries like India and China, where population growth is at 1.4, 1.5 billion people each. And you also see the meat consumption and the dairy consumption and the egg consumptions have risen over the last couple of decades. Take, for instance, since 2016, daily consumption of fish, chicken, and meat eaters in men has increased from 1.8% to 8% in India. Another example is China, where per capita consumption has grown 15-fold in the last 60 years. In Brazil, the meat consumption rate has quadrupled. Each country also has their preferences in the type of meat. Chicken is heavily consumed in most high-income countries, followed by beef and pork. All of these are heavy resource-intensive products. Portugal, Japan, and China have high fish and seafood consumption, given that they might be closer to the oceans. Heavy consumption of meat is attributed to increased risks of total mortality, colorectal cancer, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes. Heavy consumption of milk results in increased risk of mortality and hip fractures. There is double the amount of cholesterol in eggs than in a Big Mac. Cholesterol is also the leading factor for heart disease. Since early 2000s, there is more awareness about animal agriculture's impact on human health, our planet, and billions of animals as a result of research studies, documentaries, social media, educational campaigns by animal rights organizations, and activism by brilliant, courageous animal rights activists. Terms like vegan, plant-based have become more mainstream. In fact, I was just at the Planted Expo event here in Vancouver over the weekend, and it had about 220 different vendors serving amazingly delicious, wide range of vegan products. And there was about 15,000 people in attendance over the 2 days. So it's becoming more and more mainstream in bigger cities. Companies like Tofurky, Follow Your Heart, Field Roast, Gardein, Dea Foods, Miyoko, Beyond Meat, Impossible Foods, Jestec, Silk, Oatly, Califia Farms, and so many more have introduced delicious, healthier alternatives to traditional meat, eggs, and dairy products. And they've made their way into the grocery stores, like Walmart, Target, Safeway, Loblaws, Whole Foods. All of these places have dedicated shelves and sections for vegan foods, making them easily accessible anywhere in the country. Canada, Germany, Denmark, Singapore, Israel, India, and other countries have started investing in alternative protein sources, especially meat alternatives, as part of their climate action agenda, because climate change is a big topic in many countries, and how they address it is slightly different. But then the idea is that meat being one of the major sources of climate change. Now, every major city around the world has veg fests, vegan food expos, the one like I mentioned in Vancouver, and then they draw thousands of attendees each year. So there is awareness, especially in the next generation. Vegan restaurants are popping up in every town. The demand for healthier, cruelty-free, environmentally sustainable foods continues to grow. Now, despite all of this traction, there's a vast majority of the population that is hooked on meat. And the biggest challenge we face is the rapid population growth. Like I mentioned, it's going to be close to 10 billion people in 2050. There's absolutely no way we can produce animal products that feed close to 10 billion people without further impacting our own environment, land, water, electricity, natural resources, without depleting topsoil, breeding, raising, slaughtering tens of billions more animals. That's a lot of harm. So the entire world is not going to go vegan, and that's the reality, and that's the sad truth. There'll be more awareness about veganism, more people will reduce their meat intake, but addiction to animal products will not go away. Unfortunately, like I said, this is a sad fact of life. Vast swaths of land, especially arable land, is used to grow crops that will feed animals. They'll feed for animals, and on factory farms. Amazon rainforests are being decimated to make room for cattle grazing. Now, where does it stop? Countries like Singapore, which are geographically limited, and their population is continuing to grow, they don't have any land to expand. So Singapore thought, okay, why don't we invest heavily in vertical urban farming? So they're growing vertically rather than horizontally. Now, similarly, one of the most groundbreaking innovations happening in the world of food technology is cultivated meat or cell cultured meat, essentially growing cells in a lab, cells from an animal, and then growing meat in a lab, petri dish, if you want to call it. Now, there are over 100 cultivated meat companies in the world who are perfecting the production of meat by cultivating animal cells directly without the need to breed, farm, and slaughter animals for food. Again, you don't have to use transportation at all because you're just growing cells in a lab. So you're not transporting animals or slaughtered processed animal meat across different plants to food processing facilities, none of that. The industry estimates that cultivated meat could reduce greenhouse gases emissions by over 90%. Okay, and then this particular kind of meat, cultivated meat, can be produced entirely without antibiotics. And this could also minimize the risks of pathogens and then the pandemic causing viruses. Companies like Upside Foods, which is run by a friend of mine, he's a cardiovascular doctor, he's a cardiologist, MD from India. Their products are FDA approved now to launch cultivated meat products to the market in the near future. Their first product is chicken. Similarly, companies like Perfect Day Foods, again, are replicating milk protein from an animal without harming the animal, and they're producing milk, which is real milk without the need for a cow. Now, is cultivated meat designed for vegans or vegetarians? Most certainly not, but it does reduce the suffering in billions of animals and uses fewer resources, and it's great for the environment. Okay, so again, the harmful effects on human health, that could be debated at a later date because we don't know yet. Once this becomes mainstream, maybe we could discuss that. But then I believe cultivated meat could be the future of food. So let me leave you with this quote again from Maya Angelou. Do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, do better. Thank you. Thank you for having me on. It was lovely talking to you all.
A huge special thank you to Mahesh Kotamangalam for a wonderful talk about food and where it's going in the future. It is now time for us to say a very special thank you to one of our sponsors, Bharat Jewelers in Surrey. Bharat is serving customers with the utmost experience for 20 plus years in Canada, Dubai, and India. They've now opened a brand new location in Calgary. Make sure you check it out. It is now time for us to welcome our next speaker, which is very exciting. Joining us today from Montreal and now based in Vancouver, it is Veronique Cardinal. Today, talking about dealing with difficult emotions and tips for healing your relationships with your emotions. And, you know, we're really hunkering down in on mental health, which is a huge part of this year's Expo and the conversation that we want to continue with our community moving forward. Veronique is a Reiki master, well-being coach, a yoga meditation teacher, and does work on the inner and outer explorer wild inner light, which is incredible. Veronique guides individuals through mindfulness and energy healing. And as a Reiki master, she facilitates healing by releasing toxic beliefs. Take that in. So beautiful. Harmonizing energy and promoting a conscious and radiant life. We are so very grateful to have Veronique Cardinal here with us today. Veronique, over to you.
Thanks, Rachel, for the introduction. I'm Veronique Cardinal from Wild Inner Light, and I'm glad to be with you today on this 9th edition of the Yoga and Health Expo. So thanks for the opportunity, Yoga and Health Expo, to talk to you today about dealing with difficult emotion. So today you will learn some tips and a step-by-step process that will help you to heal your relationships with your emotion. Okay, so first of all, I would like you to do a little exercise with me. So I want to ask you to stop doing anything else than just attending to this session today. So just to be present with us today. And at the same time, it's a good exercise that you would be able to do whenever you need it to be connected with your emotion, feel what it is feeling inside your body. And yes, and being able to release it and developing your awareness. So let's start right now. So I will show you today 2 reset buttons that I really like to use. So the first one is simply to use the bottom of your palms there, and you press it gently there on the knee. So you got a bone there, so you can press it gently, really gently. Resting the center of your palms on your eyes, the tips of your finger really gently on the top of your head. So this is one of the reset buttons that you can use right now, just to make sure that you're present right now. So whenever you feel it, you can use it. And the other one is if you're facing a desk, you can pile one hand on top of the other. You can do whatever is comfortable with you. For me, my right hand, it's just naturally land on top of the left. And you will just rest your forehead. So on a desk like that, pressing gently with and resting your third eye on the top of your hand. Okay, so this is the other reset button. So these ones, you can use it anytime that you need, anytime that you feel that there's something that is triggering you. Okay, and you feel the stress coming out and things like that. So you can use either one or the other. So we'll do a breathing exercise right now. So I invite you to use this one or the other one. And I will ask you to close your eyes. And we'll start by just emptying your lungs. So empty your lungs by exhaling deeply by the belly. So when we exhale, belly comes in. And after, by the belly again, inhale by the nose, belly come out. And exhale, belly in. Inhale, belly out. So you can do it 2 more times at your own rhythm. For this calming breathing exercise that way, it might be easier to use your mouth and do so if you feel that there's something that needs to come up. To recenter yourself, I like breathing by the nose, but really do whatever that comes spontaneously and naturally. And after, I will ask you to keep your eyes closed and just notice. Start by just noticing what comes up. Some part of your body might feel a bit warm or cold, light or heavy. Might have different sensation. So just welcome the sensation at the moment. So just welcome it. So it's here today. And the first step is to welcome whatever that is here today. When you're ready, I will ask you to open your eyes. Yeah, so you're practicing presence and awareness with just that simple exercise that you can do every time before a meeting, for example, or yes, whenever you need it. Just pressing the reset button. If you're, for example, I use it sometimes when I'm surrounded with full of people, just isolate myself in the restroom a little bit and just pressing these reset button and just get me help to be centered and more connected to whatever comes up emotionally. Okay. So, yes, so today we will learn some tips like this one. This one is a really good tips about how to deal with a difficult emotion. I guess that perhaps few of you have felt that their emotions were not welcome when they were young. So that you had to repress or suppress your emotion. Maybe you just feel so emotionally reactive all the time. And it can make relationships hard and working relationships really challenging too. Or you might just feel stressed out all the time. So today you will learn tips and step-by-step process to help you really to heal the relationship with your emotions. So I hope that your perception will change and you will welcome them with your open arms and maybe changing the way that you see them. So this is my aim for you today. Okay, great. Well, what is an emotion? First of all, an emotion is instinct. So it comes from the instinct. It's an instinct. Pretty often what we notice the most is the reaction that is linked to the emotion. Okay. But first of all, the emotion is a natural instinct. And so this is my own definition for sure. And when we talk about difficult emotions, so what are the difficult emotions? Actually, these are the emotions that we would be more tempted to react to and either suppressed or repressed the emotion. So, for example, it could be fear, it could be anger, it could be sadness. Those are pretty common emotions that we know. Yes, it could be guilt, and it could be anxiety, stress. So yeah, the ones that are usually that we feel that they're not welcome, let's say. So I really want you to understand that all emotions is welcome. Okay, there are no bad emotions. Yes, even anger. Yeah, anger has this powerful way for us to express our boundaries. It has this power to help us to just respect our own limits. And it can be the same for fear. So yes, so we will learn a bit more about these ones. Okay, so yeah, these are the difficult emotions. What is a reaction? Well, actually, there are two different types of responses. One is linked to the behavior. So it would be a behavioral response. So for example, you stop talking when someone says something. You just whoosh, shut down. It could be the opposite. You start to be a bit, your tone change entirely, and you kind of start to be a bit aggressive in your communication. Or the other type, it would be physiological. So you can feel, for example, not tightness in your body, heaviness, the heart rate that is accelerating, and other type of physiological response reaction. So why are we reacting? So I would like to change the whole perception of what is a reaction. So by welcoming the reaction really in a healthy way, and this is what you will learn today, you will use your reaction as a way, a key of personal growth. So they are good tools for you to help you to just take up that layers and go closer to your inner self. By being closer to your inner self, you remove all the conditioned behavior. And the conditioned behavior, yes, it could be how you've been raised. It could be what the society is want from you. But it could be other type of reaction. It could be linked to a trauma that you experience yourself, or a trauma that past generation experienced. So it can all be transmitted. It can all be in your energy field. And so by changing how you react regarding that event, and by being more aware of your reaction, it's like you're creating a whole new energy field, and you're keeping your vibration quite high. Okay. So yes, so developing awareness is so much more needed if you want to learn how to heal your emotions and really connect to them and welcome them. So yeah, by developing your awareness, you will feel the first signs of what is the emotion, the first sign before it's actually reacting. So you will be able to prevent it and do your inner work, opposite to just transfer it to somebody else, transfer your pain to somebody else. Okay, and yes, so just want to make sure that you will feel this power of the emotion. So you get some keys now to help you to live with it. And the more aware you will be, and the more that you will start preventing the reaction and maybe understand being mindful about what is the message behind it, what I need to let go today to be connected to my inner self. If you decide to go a bit further in dealing with your difficult emotion, if you would like to invite energy healing through it, my name is Veronique Cardinal, as I told you before, and I am my project is Wild Inner Light. So wildinnerlight.com. You can follow me on all the socials too. So thank you so much for listening. Thanks to Yoga and Health Expo. And it was a pleasure to speak to you about dealing with difficult emotion. Thank you.
Very special thank you to our speaker, Veronique Cardinal, for sharing all of your incredible knowledge about grounding and energy. Feel better already, don't we? Thank you so much. It is now time to say a very special thank you to our next sponsor, Simon Fraser University, otherwise known as SFU. It was founded in 1965 with 3 campuses in Burnaby, Surrey, and Vancouver, and it has been ranked among Canada's top research-intensive universities, which is pretty awesome. It is a world leader in research, innovation, knowledge, and development, and sustainability, which we're also focused on this year at our Expo. Special thank you to SFU and all you've done for us this year and for us to keep it going, making it happen. Thank you so much. Next, it is my great pleasure to introduce Kathy McClellan. And Kathy is going to talk to us a little bit more about food, and I love this. Kathy is a plant-based certified chef, professional coach, vegan recipe designer, and a creator of veganonthego.net. It's an online resource for established and emerging vegans like myself, and her mission is to encourage a plant-based lifestyle through food that is accessible, delicious, and healthy. Doesn't that sound amazing? And she believes at doing this just one meal at a time. And this is amazing as it totally coincides with our President Aditya Tawatia's mission, one step at a time, the little things that you can do. We're going to find out a little bit more about that in Kathy's presentation today. Kathy's other passions include her home, her love of family, the outdoors, gardening, and travel. This is going to be very exciting. So please welcome to our Expo, Kathy McClellan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome from beautiful Puerto Vallarta in Mexico. I actually live in Canada, but I am on a vacation, and so I'm bringing this video all the way from Mexico. Really excited to be here today. My name is Kathy McClellan, and some of you have met me online as Vegan on the Go. So that's my tag. My Instagram account is Vegan on the Go, and I also have a blog, veganonthego.net. So really what I'm here today to talk to you about is veganism, but I really want to talk to you about elevating your food experience and hopefully give you some information and some ideas that will really help you move further along your path towards hopefully veganism. So I am a vegan. I have been vegan since 2010. I started out a long time before that though, because her daughter was when she found out where meat came from, when she was about 8, she refused to eat meat. And so we had to learn how to cook vegetarian. Then when she was 15, she decided she wanted to be a vegan. We were like, what? Are you kidding me? What are we gonna eat now? So then we had to learn all about being vegan, and now our whole family's vegan. So she started us on this journey of veganism, and we're really happy about that. So I also did take a culinary program from a really wonderful program. It's an international online program called Ruby, ROUXBE.com, and they have a variety of cooking programs, professional cooking programs, and they have a number of plant-based programs because I wanted to learn more about cooking, because cooking vegan is very different than cooking meat and other foods that have animal fat in. You have to do everything different. And that's when I fell in love with cooking again, because veganism is so creative. You have to be creative, you have to be innovative, you have to figure out how to do stuff, you have to problem solve. And that's fun for me. It made cooking fun again. All right, So enough about me. I want to talk a little bit about some concepts too and how we connect this with the conference. So first of all, I want to thank the Yoga and Health Expo for inviting me to be part of this collaboration today. And I really wanted to talk about how this all fits in with being present in your life. Because when we cook, we can bring our whole self to our prep and to our production. We can really think about what we're putting in our bodies. It's very social. It's what people used to do back in the day before we all got so crazy busy. And it's really about being present in your life. There's some other things that are really important too. And that if you can eat organic, try to eat organic if you can. Every food has a frequency, okay? Everything has a frequency. Rocks have a frequency. They're vibrating very, very slow, so we don't even notice it. But things like vegetables and things that come straight out of the garden, they're vibrating at a very high frequency. You can actually see it, they're alive. So we want to eat more foods that are alive and that are going to do wonderful things for our body and for the planet. So that's one thing that you want to keep in mind. Eat local if possible, and as I said before, eat organic. Now, one of the things is you're going to find out, where do you get your ideas from? Well, I get my ideas from a million places. I go on Instagram, I've got cookbooks, I go to really good websites, and I get inspired by other people's ideas, and I think, what could I make? What do I have in my fridge? What could I improvise? How could I do this? And one of the things that I do a lot, let's say I go in my fridge and I have some mushrooms and I maybe have some celery and some onions, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I just put mushrooms, onion, and celery recipes into Google, and you'll get a whole bunch of recipes that have those in. And especially if you put vegan and plant-based into Google, then you'll get vegan plant-based recipes with those things in. If you're not sure if you should use a certain spice, then again, Google a spice with the ingredients you're going to use. If you see a bunch of recipes that use that spice, then I'm saying you're probably safe. A lot of it is experimentation. A lot of it is just learning as you go along. Now, I also get a lot of great ideas from restaurants, and the recipe that I'm going to share with you today actually came from a restaurant in Victoria that my husband and I both love, and they made us this beautiful meal, and it's something that anybody could make. It can be gluten-free, dairy-free, obviously meat-free, sugar-free, oil-free, so really anybody could eat this, which is awesome. Okay. What else do I want to tell you? I think that's about all I want to tell you right now. Let's get some cooking going on. Okay, what are we going to make? We are going to make tostados, which is perfect because we're in Mexico. Now, these are portobello mushrooms, and I've heated up my pans already, okay? So these are going to have to cook down quite a bit. The wonderful thing about mushrooms, I mean, mushrooms are huge now in the vegan world. You can grow your own mushrooms, you can use dehydrated mushrooms and hydrate them, or you can use dehydrated mushrooms, grind them into a flour and use that to flavor soups and stews and all that type of thing. So there's so many types of mushrooms. You can make scallops out of mushrooms, you can stuff mushrooms, but today we're going to make tostados. So we're going to have to let these cook down quite a bit, and we'll just leave these cooking away here. While that's happening, I'm actually going to move that to this burner over here. Let me see now. There we go. Move this one, because I really wanted to show you another little technique. Now, one of the things, the technique about just cooking in general, is you want to cook some things separately, because that's going to give you more flavor, okay? So rather than cooking a bunch of things with these mushrooms, we're just going to let them cook on their own, and we're going to spice them up a little bit. We're also going to cook our little shells, because that is going to give us some really nice flavor if we get a little bit of this char on there, okay? So you can do this in the oven. If you have a gas stove like we do here today, you could do it on the gas stove, you could do it on a barbecue. And all you do is you take one of your beautiful little shells, have some nice tongs. We're just going to flip them. Let's give our mushrooms a little stir while we're at it. So we're getting a nice char on there. We're getting a little crisp. This is really, really going to give us some beautiful flavor. So let's cook up a couple of these. They don't take long. You'll start to see a few little bubbles. And that tells you, see, this is beautiful. That is perfect. Slap another one on there. Our mushrooms are cooking nicely. I notice this gas stove isn't quite the same as my gas stove at home. So again, I'm improvising. Well, let's finish off this tortilla. A little beautiful. And you could use a corn tortilla if you wanted to make it gluten-free. You could use a corn tortilla. You could use lettuce wraps. You could use lettuce if you want, big things of lettuce or greens. I mean, there is no rule, okay? Do whatever you want. I'm going to bring my mushrooms back over here. This burner works better. And we're going to go on to the next step in just a moment. Hi everyone. So excited. We're going to put our tostados together. Are you excited? I know I am. All right. I mentioned it briefly before, but I really want to talk about the mise en place. So our mushrooms are all done. Yeah. So these are the components that go in the dish, and I have everything ready because there's nothing worse than you're cooking something and you have to run out to the store, or you've already improvised with 4 ingredients and now you don't have another one. So it can become quite frustrating. So I like to get everything ready, have it in separate bowls, cook some things separately so I get that enhanced flavor. So we did our tortillas, we've got that beautiful char. This is a little parsley. I would prefer cilantro, but they didn't have any cilantro where I went shopping today, so I bought some parsley. Fresh herbs really can make a huge difference in all of your dishes. So, you know, I have a little herb garden where I have lettuce and herbs and all that, so I always have them fresh. Now here's our topping. So we've got, and again, I put quite a bit of work in, just that extra bit by being mindful and really caring about myself and my family and who I'm cooking for. So I took the time to chop the vegetables nicely. So we've got tomato, we've got peppers, jalapeno peppers, and we've got some nice red onions. Now another thing here you guys are noticing, we have some color. Color is very important when you're eating because we eat with our eyes, and so we see the food and it looks absolutely beautiful. We've also got these beautiful little limes. We're going to add some acid. If you watch cooking shows, you talk about them adding some acid. So we're going to put that on our plate. What we also have here is some kind of a guacamole, very simple. Basically, I just took some avocados, smashed them up, and I squeezed some lime on there, a little salt and pepper. That's it. Okay, and the lime or the lemon will help keep this so it won't go kind of a weird color. So this is going to be the base of our dish. And of course, as you know, we also have our mushrooms. And I also have some hot sauce because we like things spicy in our house. All right, so I've got everything ready, and then the rest is easy. If you do this part well, then the actual execution, so you can imagine you're having company over. What fun. Everybody gets their own tortilla, yay, and you just say to people, hey, put on what you want. So maybe I don't like onions, but somebody else does. Now, when we were making this, there's other kinds of proteins that you could use too. Of course, we know that there is protein in all plants. However, we want to enhance our protein, so we could add some beans, we could add some chickpeas, we could add tempeh, we could saute some tofu and put it on here. We could also use soy curls, and the original recipe had soy curls. If you guys aren't familiar with them, they're dehydrated soy, very low on the processing, really good for you, high in protein. You rehydrate them with some kind of broth or something, and then you squeeze out the extra liquid, and they are wonderful for something like this, a burrito, anything where you're looking for that kind of meaty texture, okay? Okay, so let's get cooking. Let's make some tostados. They're so easy, you guys. So we're gonna start out with, look at that, you guys. Look at the color, isn't that beautiful? So gorgeous. I mean, who doesn't want to just dive into that already? We might as well use it all up. Just making 2 today. Okay, and then I'm going to put some of my mushrooms on. Put a couple of mushrooms on each plate. Some mushrooms here. call it playing with your food. I love to play with my food. Okay, now we're gonna put a lot more flavor with all of these little additional, and look at the color. Look at the color that we're starting to create here, you guys. Look at that, doesn't it look beautiful? And the same thing with this little guy. Make sure we put more onion on this guy. Some peppers. Okay, and then we're gonna take our lime. Get some nice. That is something that you can do with any meal. Lemon, lime, and just, you know, even in a soup or a salad, it makes a huge difference if you just add a little bit more flavor. Now we're gonna add a little bit of fresh herbs. There we go. Doesn't it look gorgeous? Just look at that, have a look. And then to finish it off, just gonna add on a little hot sauce because we like it spicy. Whoa, okay. So, then all you do, this is the fun part because this is when it gets super messy, you just pick it up. You're gonna eat it in your hand. I love handhelds, hardly any dishes. We got one pan and we got a couple of plates here. So that's my presentation today, you guys. Just want to remind you, my name is Kathy McClellan from Vegan on the Go, veganonthego.net, and I'm really excited to announce today that I have a cookbook coming out in the new year. Hope to see you around. Bon appetit.
A very special thank you to you, Kathy McClellan, for joining us all the way from Mexico while you're on vacation. And thank you so much for sharing your insightful words with us all today. It is now time for us to say a very special thank you to one of our sponsors, AAA Auto Collision, located in Burnaby, has been servicing the Lower Mainland for over 20 years. Specializing in auto collision, auto dent, and repair, make sure you visit AAA Auto Collision for all of your car needs. It is now time for us to open up our panel discussion, an ongoing conversation with incredible speakers. And I'm very happy to welcome back Mahesh Kodamangalam, who's going to be leading our discussion today with our panel members, Kathy, Veronique, Julie, and Stephanie. Now over to you, Mahesh, take it away.
All right. Thanks, Rachel, for inviting us to this 9th Yoga and Health Expo. We're all excited to be here. My name is Mahesh Kodamangalam. I'll be moderating this excellent panel with Kathy, Julie, Stephanie, and Veronique. We're excited to have this conversation. We'll be talking all things food related, holistic living, lifestyle changes, veganism, not veganism. So we're excited about this and looking forward to this excellent conversation. So why don't we start with introductions here? Let me start. My name is Mahesh Kodamangalam, and I live in Pitt Meadows, BC. I've lived in the US for 17 years before I moved out to British Columbia. And I grew up as a vegetarian in a vegetarian family. My family has been vegetarian for generations. And in my late teens, I started eating meat. And right through college, I ate all sorts of animals I could get my hands on. And at the end of it, 7 or 8 years later, I was extremely obese, lethargic, fatigued. My mood was really bad, bad temper. I associated all of those things just being part of growing up, but now I realize it's food. I also used to drink a lot back then. With drinks goes the meat. So anyway, so one fine day I was watching this really interesting documentary called Earthlings, and I happened to see how animals are treated on factory farms, and that kind of changed my mind entirely. And even though I knew how animals are slaughtered and all that, that movie kind of just did it for me. So that's kind of my journey to vegetarianism first, and then to veganism. Like we were talking earlier, milk was a hard thing for me to give up. So was eggs. But then since I found alternatives to those, I eat them rarely. The alternatives, I mean. And then milk, of course, I have oat milk, almond milk, soy milk, all these options now. So I kind of consume those instead of the dairy milk. But that's kind of where I'm coming from. I also made a documentary on this topic a few years ago, dealing with the subject of future of food. So my intention is to find out if the world is not going to be vegan, we still need to produce some kind of a meat for them. And how do we reduce the harm on animals? So my topic was future of food. So I met with a whole bunch of companies that are making plant-based alternatives to meat. I also met with people who are actually creating meat in the lab, and lab-grown meat, which is called cultured meat and cell cultured meat, which I think is a game changer, because if people want to continue eating meat, which I think will happen, we should be able to produce meat without slaughtering animals. So that's kind of the ending for the documentary. So with that, let me turn things over to you. Should we pick Kathy first? Kathy, would you like to go?
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Kathy McClellan, and I live in Nanaimo in Vancouver Island, and I am a vegan. I even have the tattoo, okay?
Oh, nice.
It was my first tattoo. Really wanted to, it was my kind of quiet activism. I was hoping to start more conversations with people because I used to fly a lot for my job. I figured that might start some conversations, and it definitely has a few. So, okay, so I've been vegan since 2010, but probably cooking vegetarian and vegan about at least 10 years previous to that. And then even previous to that, when I was younger, when I was in my 20s, I went vegetarian, but the world was, none of my world supported that. And I just went back to being a regular meat eater. And, but when our kids, we were living in Saskatchewan, and we were going to get a pig, half a pig to eat. And we were talking about it. And then we realized that I said to my husband, because we had every pet, like that the kids thought we were getting a pet pig. And we were like, we got to tell them, right? So then we broke it to them, bacon and pork, because it's not called pig. And they were shocked. But it wasn't long after that. I think our daughter was around 8. She went vegetarian. She was a huge meat eater, but she would not touch meat again. She was an animal lover. She is a dog walker now, a dog trainer. Like, she loves animals. She always has. So she kind of got us, we had to start cooking vegetarian. Then when she got about 15, she said, I'm going to go vegan. And we're like, vegan, what are we going to cook? We were just like, no, not vegan. But anyways, we figured that out. And now, of course, I'm vegan. My husband's vegan. The whole family's vegan. She's got us all to become vegan, which is really wonderful. So I've been vegan since 2010. And my number one reason, and I wrote an article, is like, what's your why? Because I think it's so important. What is your why? Because it's not easy being vegan, especially back in 2010 or 10 years previous to that. And I traveled for my job. So one place, actually, I asked for a vegan plate, and they literally gave me a plate of lettuce. And I was like, okay, no tomatoes, no celery, no, not that. Was just because people have been afraid. People have run away from me. People have, so, it was tough to be vegan. That's kind of why I started a blog, because I was like, I'm traveling, maybe I can help some other travelers and talk about that. And then my niece said, but Aunt Kathy, you have to have an Instagram account. And I'm like, what's Instagram? And so I started an Instagram account just to show what we eat every day. Because my thing is, I don't want to eat animals. I just can't stand the thought of it. It's just beyond it. That's my big why. Like, health is really important. I have had health issues since I've been vegan, which was really the challenge, because I got cancer. 2 kinds of cancer in 1 week. And you think, wow, I've been vegan for how many years? And now I've got cancer. But you know what? I wasn't vegan for a long time. And, and the kind of cancer that I got is not necessarily affected by food as much. So, doesn't mean you're not going to get health issues, but I do believe that I'm super healthy now, and I've really recovered well. And I think a lot of that is to do with being vegan. And of course, the environment, I care about the environment too, but the animals, it's, to me, like, if you just don't participate in the animal industry at all, And that's why I don't drink milk. I don't eat eggs, because they're cruel industries. They're hurting animals, they're killing animals. They're doing just horrible things to animals every day. So that's my why. And that's why I'm here today. And that's why I just want to help people. And my thing is one meal at a time. So I learned how to be a really good cook. And I just try to say, like, they get people to eat food, and then they're like, oh my God. And I'm like, that was vegan. And they're like, no way. And I'm like, yeah, 100%. And I made like a lemon meringue pie the other day. And somebody's like, no eggs, no milk. And I'm like, no, 100% vegan, you know? So showing people it can be done. You don't have to eat a plate of lettuce. You know, you can eat delicious, more than delicious food, you know, and you're helping the environment, you're helping yourself, and you're really helping the animals. So that's kind of my story. I'm sorry I took a long time, but that's my story.
Well, the floor is yours. Thank you so much, Kathy. Thanks for sharing that. Next, we'll go to Julie.
Hi there. So I'm Julie. I am a regenerative health practitioner and a holistic nutritionist. I was born into a family that was vegetarian. I'm South Asian. I started reading, my grandfather died of a heart attack. And so I started reading about nutrition back in my teens. And I found out that we're not supposed to have cow's milk because we're now baby cows. So that was kind of how it started. And then back in 2004, I went off to do my very first yoga teacher training. And in yoga, the first precept is ahimsa, nonviolence. And so I left home at 15. When I left home at 15, I grew up in foster care. My foster family ate meat, so I just ate what was served to me. I didn't understand how my body worked. I didn't understand what happened in factory farming. I didn't understand the larger implications of my daily choices. And so in 2004, I started asking questions like, can I be healthy without eating animals? And so I went to the library. Hey, before Instagram, you had to go to the library. What? Yeah, so I went to the library. I took out a bunch of books on veganism and vegetarianism, and I realized that I didn't need to eat animals. And so I stopped eating animals back then. I can't say that I was diligent about labels. I wasn't. It was actually health issues, and my husband died of a heart attack back in 2012. So that kind of tipped the scale for me to really dive deeper into nutrition and health and all of that. And so I'm actually a raw vegan. When I did my regenerative health training, I've gone a lot deeper in terms of like what it actually takes the human body to be healthy. Where do nutrients come from? All amino acids originate in plants. And when we cook food, we actually destroy most of the nutrients. I mean, a lot of what I know has to do with regenerative soil and really understanding the food system much more deeply than the average vegan even understands it. And understanding like what it takes to create optimal health in the body. And, you know, I live in Canada, so I'm a raw vegan who's raw vegan in the wintertime. So a lot of the ideas that I had around food and nutrition and really understanding how the body works. I mean, there's just so much misinformation out there. I hate using that word because that word's been overused. But in regenerative health, the basic principle is that the body is self-healing and that nutrients originate in plants. And that if someone is ill, we need to really understand the organs, the tissues, the glands that are out of balance, and then using remedies to help restore balance in the human body, and then allowing the body to thrive. And I can tell you, I haven't eaten animals in a very long time. Very, very healthy. I was diagnosed with hypothyroidism and Hashimoto's back in 2014. So that's really what, between my husband's heart attack, my grandfather's heart attack, and my own health issues, that's really what's triggered my interest in what does it actually take to create optimal health in the human body. Human beings are the only species that believe that you need a different diet for every different person. If you go into the animal kingdom, lions aren't, eating, different lions don't eat different types of diets. They just eat what lions eat, right? Same thing, apes are our nearest relatives, and apes just eat what apes eat. Only human beings think that there's 8 billion people on the planet and we need 8 billion types of diets. And that's completely incorrect. Like all the suffering that we see, 95% of illness is diet and lifestyle related. So there is something hugely wrong with the diet that human beings are eating in 2023. And it's not just meat, it's also all the frankenfoods. So I'm not a junk food vegan. I don't believe in any of that stuff. I don't promote it. I don't eat it. And guess what? I've been off medication now for over 3 years. All my symptoms are have gone away. So I'm no longer ill. I don't have a diagnosis. And I've used food and lifestyle to completely reverse my diagnosis. As for why I stay vegan, besides health, is obviously the animals. And I get emotional about this because to me, it's just common sense. You don't hurt other living beings, especially when you know you don't have to, right? And I think like most people don't understand how their body works, which is why the food industry is able to do what they're able to do. And they get billions of dollars in our tax dollars, right? We are who fund the meat and the dairy industry because we have zero say as consumers where our tax subsidies are spent. And it's a shame because that's really why the dairy industry is as strong as it is in Canada and the US, is because of those tax subsidies. Same thing with the meat industry. If those subsidies went away, those industries would collapse because people are not going to pay $20 for a steak, but they will continue to purchase that steak as long as that steak is artificially kept cheap, because we don't look at the implications of the environment. To the environment, we don't look at the true cost to the healthcare system, which is also funded by taxpayers, by the way. We don't really look at the real cost of that piece of steak. I've done lots of activism. I've stood outside of slaughterhouses and seen into those trucks what most people don't want to see. And I don't care if it's free range, grass fed, whatever the heck. It is a living being, and we do not have the right to take the life of another living being, especially when we don't have to. And I understand very deeply that nutrients come from plants. And in my practice, every single time I've transitioned someone's diet over to a plant-based diet, I've seen reversals in chronic illness and disease. So that's what I see over and over and over and over again. And I don't know what else to say. There's the environment, there's the planet, there's the animals, there's our own individual health. And to me, the easiest, simplest solution is to just stop consuming animals. That has a ripple effect far beyond the individual. And by the way, I also got a tattoo. I didn't have tattoos. And then last year in Mexico, I got a tattoo.
So cool. So cool.
I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. That was very passionate. Thank you. Thank you so much. Stephanie, would you like to go next?
Yeah, sure. So my name's Steph Hopkins, and I'm actually just starting my career as a certified transformational nutrition coach. Most of my adult life, I was a music teacher, and it wasn't until after I had my second child that I felt like I really wanted to make some changes to my health. I had grown up eating a lot of processed food, a lot of cheese, soda, junk food. I just, was addicted to all sorts of foods that I knew were wrong for me, but I just love them. And then throughout my 20s, I used, food to cope with stress. I had, drank a little too much, had a lot of Diet Coke. So then, I just really wasn't feeling good after having my daughter. And I thought, you know what, I have kids now. I need to set an example for them and set them up for a healthy, successful life. So I took my time during my maternity leave to really focus on, making my own food, making sure I was eating more fruits and vegetables, balancing my plate, not overeating. So I did notice a lot of changes to my health. I lost a lot of weight, and it really just changed my confidence. I felt great. And a couple of years later, I was still, living a healthy lifestyle. And I lost my mother suddenly. She wasn't very old. She was only 64 years old, and she died in her home of a pulmonary embolism. And it was just such a shock to me that she went so early, and I started to feel, like I might not have as much time as, I've always thought I would have. And I thought about how passionate I had become about nutrition. So I made the decision to go back to school, and that's where I am today. As for my diet, like my main focus right now is eating natural food. So like I came from, a background of eating a lot of things processed. So when I work with people, we focus on whole foods, primarily vegetables, fruit, and just, keeping it minimal ingredients and not processed. But yeah, I enjoy, I'm inspired by everything I'm hearing about your journeys to veganism. And I do know you get a lot of nutrients from plants. And I think I just want to say, in terms of eating meat, so I don't eat dairy. I seldomly eat dairy. And I do try and eat high quality meat, grass fed and that. And I wouldn't say I'm addicted. It's something like I could definitely take it or leave it. And I think for me, I'm into fitness, and I do work in a gym as well. I think it's the protein, the whole argument about protein and needing so much protein to build muscle. And that's my biggest kind of barrier right now. So if we want to discuss that after, I would love to as well. So anyways, that's about me.
No, thank you so much. Definitely a topic we could discuss. Protein is kind of a hot topic for all of us. Veronique, why don't we go next?
Yes. Hi everyone. So my name is Veronique Cardinal. I'm from Montreal. Yes, I lived quite a long time in England too. So now I'm based in Vancouver. I don't know for how long. It's still, I got itchy feet, and I will spend the summer in Costa Rica, and for a community living, community living. So really looking forward to it. And maybe, I think it'd be possible to eat whole foods there. So that's my aim for this summer. So I'm inner and outer explorer, as you could imagine. And I'm a Reiki master and well-being coach. So with Yoga and Health Expo, I am I would say, mental kind of a bit less into nutrition, but more into mental. So it's more about emotional well-being that I'm here. So I see a strong connection with the mind, body, and soul. And it's not something new. It's something that I'm quite convinced that all of you knows a bit what is that connection. And when I hear you talking, what comes into my mind all the time, it's like, yes, but how do you feel about that? Have you checked in your body? When you got this piece of meat, or when you got this piece of processed food or whole foods, how does it feel in your body? Like small check-in. And it brings me, because we talk about eating now, it brings me to eating meditation. I don't know if any of you ever practice it, but it's quite interesting to chew for a long time while you're concentrating, of just focusing on the sensation that it brings you. And yeah, it brings something else. And because I'm a Reiki healer, I do some Reiki energy to my food too. So for example, I'm invited to a friend. I could send a bit of energy to my food that I'm eating if I feel that is maybe a bit processed or not exactly what I feel that my body would need. Of course, I would try as much as I can to eat whole foods and yes, not processed food. But when it happens, I like doing that, and I could feel a difference in my body. Yeah, so my journey, well, I was raised in a family, well, really traditional family, I would say, in Quebec. Was maybe, I would say that I was raised with comfort, everything that I needed, but with a lot of fear, I would say now, because they were just following the model that every family lived in. And now I'm realizing that, and I kind of adapted my life to be really like a flow, to just go with whatever I feel and be connected to what I feel. But so I was a lecturer, I was a marketing manager once, and it was never enough. I needed to be connected more for myself. I had my yoga studio, I loved it. And after I decided to coach individuals to mindful into their mindful journey. So yeah, so this is where I am right now. But I like the link that we could do with eating and with diet too. I think it's always essential to see it as a whole. So we're not just looking at the nutrition. We're not just looking at the body. We're not just looking at the mind. We're looking at the big package. And it's funny because when I have some clients, I will always ask, okay, what are you eating? And I'm not a nutritionist. I don't have Julie's background, for example, but I can see, we can see the link and just make the client aware of what it feels in their body. So yeah, so I feel that my aim is really to develop, like to help people to develop their self-awareness, body awareness, and notice when there's something wrong. And when there's something wrong, emotions are always good. There's no bad emotion. So yeah, so it's just about welcoming them and bringing light. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing that. All right. Thank you all for sharing your stories. I think each one is an inspirational story to me, at least. I think based on what you all just told me, I took some topics here which I want to touch on, if that's okay. Let's talk about the health aspect of diet, right? Whether it's vegan, vegetarian, carnivorous diet that people believe we should be doing sometimes. Now, food could heal bodies. I agree with that part. But at the same time, we're not saying it is it's the silver bullet, right? It's not something that will solve all diseases that we can think of. We know of a few cases, at least, where people who've been living a healthy lifestyle, people who are fit up until they're 40 or 45, going to the gym every single day, eating what they think is right to keep or maintain their physique. They wouldn't last past 45 because of whether it's protein shakes or I don't know what it is, but I think the point I'm trying to make is how does one know what's the right diet, right? I like what Julie and what you said, Veronique, is you know what's right for your body, right? So if the body's rejecting something that is not right for you, then you need to adjust it. But I think a lot of people don't have the right awareness when it comes to food and diet. We eat what we can, and a lot of it is based on where we come from, our family backgrounds, our geographical backgrounds. So how do we raise awareness about this nutrition wise? And then yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that. Whoever wants to talk about this topic here.
So I raised my hand. So it's understanding like what is the right kind of diet for our species. And Dr. Milton Mills did an amazing talk. You can look it up on YouTube. It was about an hour-long talk he did. And he really broke down like the human species versus, a true carnivore versus a true omnivore. And what we have to look at is, you know, as human beings, we don't have fangs, right? We have a very long, I'm just like paraphrasing him, we have a very long digestive tract, right? And it's also important to understand what different foods do in the human body, right? So when you understand how your body works and how food works in your body, it's very like, I come from somebody who I've eaten fast food. I've been addicted to fast food. You know, I used to hit the drive-through. I used to eat convenience foods. I was also highly ignorant of what food worked in my body. And I was also dealing with a lot of depression and anxiety. And as a result, right? What I have noticed is as I've cleaned up my diet and I've eaten foods that are what the human species is supposed to eat, we're primarily frugivores, right? We're supposed to eat primarily fruit. Our digestion begins in the mouth. So digestion begins in the mouth, and we do not have the enzymes to break down animal flesh in our mouth. We have the digestive enzymes to break down fruit in our mouth. We can break down fructose, galactose. And that's what we can break down in our mouth. So when you eat a piece of fruit, your body is able to do the digestion in the mouth. The rest of what's happening in our digestive system is just a formality, right? When we have and that fruit can digest within 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes of me having an apple, I will be able to utilize the energy from that apple. If I have a cheese pizza, it's going to take my body like 18 hours plus to utilize a little bit of energy, right? What does our body need? Our body needs glucose, right? Our body needs essential amino acids. Our body needs fatty acids. So when we eat a piece of animal flesh, our body has to go through a very intensive process to get a little bit of amino acids. Because our body needs the essential amino acids, it doesn't need the protein, right? All plants have essential amino acids. When we're eating fruit, our body is getting essential amino acids along with the fruit sugar, along with the fructose, right? And on a cellular level, we need to make ATP, right? What is ATP? It is a sugar molecule and an oxygen molecule. Glucose, oxygen. That's what creates cellular ATP. So we need to be able to have that. If we cannot create that, then the body becomes depleted. On a cell level, the less ATP we have, the more susceptible we are to pathogens, to viruses, to bacteria. So if we just think about what do my cells need, the body is very simple, right? It needs simple fruit sugars, simple amino acids, simple fatty acids. When we're eating highly processed foods, regardless of whether it's plant-based or it's meat, our body digestion is one of the most intensive processes. So when we have a piece of animal flesh, it spends about 17 hours in the small intestine. It can sit in our colon for up to 72 hours. We have a very long colon. And in that time, what's happening is putrefaction. We're creating an environment for pathogens, for parasites, for bacteria, for viruses that we don't want in our body. We're creating the environment that's causing the dis-ease in the body, right? A carnivore has a very short intestinal system. And for a lion to have a piece of animal flesh, from mouth to butt, it is out of that body within 6 hours. When we have a piece of animal flesh, it can be in there for 72 hours. And even beyond that, like so many people have gut issues, right? Remember that 80% of the serotonin in your body isn't in your brain, it's in your gut. Most of the dopamine also in your gut. So when you're eating foods that are unnatural to the human body, you're messing up your gut. You're messing up your gut brain, you're messing up your immune system, you're creating all this putrefaction, right? So it's really understanding like, how does your body work? Just like you would want to understand, if you had a Porsche, you would want to know, how can I keep that Porsche running. And yet most people have the equivalent of a Porsche in their own body. They don't know how it works. And this is why the food industry is doing what it's doing. And this is why the pharmaceutical industry is doing what it's doing. And this is why the healthcare industry, which I really call the sick care management industry, is doing what it's doing, because they all get to make money. And who's suffering? You are.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Julie. I did not know of all of those acronyms and terms, so that's good to learn. Did anybody else have a thought on that? Anything that they would like to share? Veronica?
And my,
All right, everybody's hands are raised. So Kathy, do you want to go first?
Sure. I'm going to take it from another point of view. I think everything you say is absolutely true, Julie, and I appreciate all your wisdom and knowledge, and need to know more of what you know for sure. When I think of health, though, I really connect a lot of the food to like mental health and the cruelty that people are eating. Okay. So to me, that is like, it's just as important as what you're saying, Julie, in terms of nutrients, because that's suffering and all those, you know, not just that, the antibiotics and all that other stuff, but it's really like the suffering and the cruelty, the last moments of life that animal has. You're eating that. You're causing it because you bought the food, and you're eating it. And I just think that, because I knew when I was younger it was wrong, even though I was brought up in a traditional family, it just didn't seem right. Like, we're killing animals and eating them. And so to me, that has a big impact on your health, because your mental health, I mean, people know. I mean, I don't know how people can't know it's not right. To me, it is a no-brainer. Like, I don't think there's that one commercial. I love that one commercial where the people go to the restaurant and, oh, I'll have your lamb. And then they say, okay. And then they take them in the back room, give them a knife and say, there's your lamb, basically kill it, and then we'll cook it for you. And they're just like absolutely appalled. Well, that's what you're doing every day. And people know that's not right. So to me, that is a health issue. It's a mental health issue. It's a it's a physical health issue too, because all of that hatred and cruelty and fear that the animals are going through, you're eating that. It's going into your body, and it is affecting your spirit. Even if I believe you're aware of it, because I know I was, but it was easier to go along with it. And I didn't have anybody telling me that it was wrong, because I was brought up in a very traditional family. There was nobody around me who was vegetarian. Like, you guys are brought up vegetarian. That was like really awesome that you got to have that experience, but we didn't. It was just normal. Like, I remember taking our daughter to a family event, and they were cooking. She was vegetarian, maybe definitely vegetarian. And it was the family thing to cook a pig on a spit. She came back to me. She's like, Mom, do you know what these people are doing? I'm like, yes, this is the way they make their living, though. We just have to get through this, but that's what we lived. Like, that was normal. So, but I knew it wasn't right. As a young girl, I knew it wasn't right. And little kids, they know. That's a kid, you want to eat that dog, or you want to eat that cow? Or be like, no. People take their kids to petting zoos, and then they feed them bacon later on. I mean, if people know, like, kids know, kids don't want this. So I think it's a mental health issue that people really forced to eat meat by society, by the culture, that's, you're almost ridiculed. I was told I was high maintenance at my job when I went vegan, and I started asking for vegan food. And I'm like, well, you wouldn't say that to a diabetic. You wouldn't say that to somebody who had another issue, but I'm high maintenance? No. So I totally agree with all of the health, nutritional information. You're like 1,000% right, Julie. But I also believe there's a real mental health connection to the cruelty that we're all experiencing and pretending that we're not. Yeah.
No, I agree with the whole discrimination part when it comes to which species of animals we eat and which ones we love as family members, like dogs and cats. I have
Yeah.
2 cats in the house. I wouldn't eat them. Um, right. So, um, I know, Veronica, you had something to share.
Yes, well, because your question was about awareness, so it's more about bringing some tips to because if someone wants, I don't know if you use it, Stephanie, for example, at work, but journaling, like what they eat, I guess, and well, I do the same, but about how they feel. And maybe it would be interesting to integrate as well how they feel about what the animal life could have been. Because I'm just thinking about that. Well, because I just heard about what Kathy is saying, and it's so true, and it gives me chill everywhere. Yes, I feel that we're at that stage where like massive production needs to change, and any more mindful or more aware techniques is essential. So, and to enhance awareness, self-awareness, for sure, we need to meditate. I would say at least twice daily. It's something just that will make you connect to your body in the morning and in the evening. The first thing that you do before doing anything else while you're still in bed. And last thing before sleeping at night. I think it's essential. It's just, it will connect you to yourself, to your true self, and to your truth, actually. So if veganism is something that you're heading to, I think it could be a good option to develop your self-awareness first.
Right. Julie? Oh, sorry. Stephanie, sorry. I just see you raise your hand. I think you're muted, Steph.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering, like on the note of awareness and journaling, like I do really promote like, writing down how you feel after you eat, and listening to your body. One question I had is about resistance to change. And I know most humans are resistant, no matter what you tell them, because they have so many prior beliefs and stories. So I'm just wondering if anyone has any like techniques they use in their practice, just because if someone comes to me and I just say, well, I can't just say do this, like they're going to put up a wall, but what are some ways to gradually instill like change, or like just a willingness to move into a different direction?
I use education, right? Like everything that I shared with you is, most people don't know how their body works. They don't know how certain foods work in their body. They are not really questioning the society that they grew up in. And so I'm using education. Before I work with a client, I send them a video that breaks down like how our body actually works. Not their idea, not their culture, but how our body actually utilizes nutrients. Because once you understand what's happening, then you can go, okay, all right, like I know that I was told that I need to eat animal products for protein, I need milk for calcium, but this is where the nutrients actually come from. Do I need to continue to do that? Right? And I always ask everyone, like, the first question I ask any client is, how open are you to making diet and lifestyle changes? Because that's what I do. I can't give you a pharmaceutical drug for this, whatever your situation is. This is what I offer. And to what Kathy was saying, fundamental to all that is like food is energy. And so, yes, when you are consuming the flesh of another living being, you are taking on, like prior to all this, I taught yoga for many, many years. So I meditate every single day. Like I have like so many practices, like it's mind, body, spirit, right? There is no disconnection. Everything is one, right? And so in that, I get people to start asking some really serious questions and understanding that when you consume the flesh of another living being, you are taking on whatever, energy was in that body. And that's going to affect your energy, because food is medicine. It can be a powerful medicine or it can be the slowest poison. You decide. I can't decide for you. I don't force my clients to make changes, but I also make the changes very, very easy for them, right? I think like part of the hesitation is that people think it has to be complicated. Well, I teach my clients the simplest way to change their nutrition. That's easy, that's fast, that's convenient, that fits into a crazy schedule where they're not having to spend hours in the kitchen and they're not having to spend hours at a grocery store trying to find things. I make it simple, simple, simple. And one of the things that people tell me over and over again, besides how amazing they feel, is how easy it's been, right? I don't even have the conversation of going 100% plant-based. I just say, here, do this, try it. Let me know how it goes. And guess what? At the end of 90 days, they go, I feel so much better. I don't think I'm going to eat chicken anymore. Well, yeah, I gave you a superior source for amino acids and you feel like $1 million. Why would you go back to the other stuff? It doesn't make any sense, right? I don't say I'm going to turn you vegan. No, heck no, because they're going to put a wall up. I'm going to educate them about how their body works, where nutrients come from, and how to make the transition easy. That's it.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. If I can add something on this, it's really good, Julie. I think it's essential to bring the knowledge. And yes, I think we need to understand the role of emotions in that, especially resistance, any type of resistance, because it could be a kind of emotional relief that the client could feel. For example, after having a bag of chips or whatever, you feel, oh, it's so good when you eat it. But it's all any addiction, right? So you're just filling a gap. So there might be old traumas or other stuff that makes the resistance stronger, let's say. So by developing awareness tool and mindfulness and maybe asking some question about how they feel after doing that, because pretty often the kind of sensation of relief is quite instant but doesn't last. It's the opposite that it will happen after. So you kind of feel relief, but it's not a real a real relief. And after a while, it just gets worse. So, and after applying maybe a kind of a test of a week or something, they could notice the difference, and they will build their own knowledge on that and their own learning. So it has to come from them, I think, in a way. So this is why Julie's technique is really good too. Yeah, Kathy.
Go ahead,
I would like to just build on everything that you guys said, because I think everything is right. I'm a professional coach also, so I actually help people change. And a lot of the research behind change is that we have 3 hearts, okay? We have 3 brains. We have a head brain, we have a heart brain, and we have a stomach brain, okay? And what we have to get people to change, it's not going to be with the head brain, I'm sorry. And it's not going to be with the gut brain, it's going to be with the heart brain. So that's why we have to connect them to their why. That's why awareness is so important and why knowledge is so important, because that will give them their why. So either they're quitting because of nutrition, or either they're quitting because of the animals, or either they're quitting because they don't feel good. But if they don't have the knowledge and the awareness, they're not going to get to the heart. And that's where you get people to change, because what drives change is the heart. Nothing else drives change, you guys. I have worked with trying to change people's behavior for my whole career. And I know this for a fact, and the research supports it. It is the heart that drives change. So you guys, if we're trying to push veganism, we have to push the heart. We have to help people connect with their own heart. Is this right for me? Give them that awareness and that knowledge so that they can make those choices, because you're right. A lot of people don't know how this stuff works. A lot of people don't know how the industry works. They don't know how their body works. So we have to help them find their why so that they can find their heart, so that they can make the change that they want to make. Because those old belief systems and those old values, are driving our behavior at the unconscious, like 90% of the time we're on autopilot, all of us. And so it is that awareness and that education to give them the heart to make the change. So everybody had the right thing. That's all the right stuff to do. Yeah. So cool.
Yeah, and also as someone who grew up in a vegetarian family, like I said, it was never a choice for me not to, well, to eat meat or not to eat meat, right? It was something that I consciously made a decision when I was in college because everybody around me was eating meat. And I thought, okay, why don't I try it? And when I tried it, I liked it. To this day, I still like the taste of meat. I just don't like the fact where it comes from. So either it's my love for animals or the hate for what they go through. That kind of changed my mind, at least, right? I know for a fact 20 years ago, back in India when I was growing up, we could go to a local butcher shop and pick the chicken or the goat that we could actually eat that day and point it, and then the butcher will grab the animal, go behind back doors, and they slaughter the animal, cut it up into pieces, and then put it in a plastic bag and give it to you. I come from that kind of a mindset growing up. And to me, to be a vegan, to make a vegan documentary and fight for animal rights, that's a full 360, right? So to everybody else's point, it needs to come from within. The aha moment that happened to me, it happened on its own. And that needs to happen. Everybody has their own journey. I know of people who are vehemently against me going vegan and kind of ridiculed me. And I did the same when somebody was turning vegetarian back when I was eating meat. But then a few years later, you contact me and say, you know what? We're not able to eat meat anymore. Maybe because of something you said back then or a post that you made on Facebook. And I think social media has kind of changed the game as to how we raise awareness. It's like the double-edged sword, right? So there's good information on social media, there's misinformation, bad information on social media. But if there is enough of us trying to live the best life we can with the least amount of harm we could do to other animals, why not, right? So that's kind of how I wanted to approach this. I've stood in front of slaughterhouses. I've tried to talk to people. I've tried to make sense of things. But when you're actually confronting people on their belief system, it's a lot harder. You give your best take on it, do not confront them, and then move on. At some point, it'll connect. And that's what I believed in. So I've seen those changes happen, not just within me and my family. My sister's family is vegan now. Their kids are vegan. I know a lot of friends of mine who have turned vegan intentionally. They've had a family member lose their life to cancer or heart attack. So they kind of come back to me and say, you know what, I think it's the diet. How can I change it? And I said, try one meal at a time. And what I've been told is that if you do something for 21 days straight, that kind of habit sticks. So if somebody wants to make a life-changing, life-altering thing, then you need to stick with it. If I want to give up coffee, I need to give it up for 21 days. If I want to give up dairy, I need to give it up for 21 days to see how it feels. If I want to quit smoking, right? If somebody smokes, it's a really hard thing to do. It's addiction, right? So if you want to give it up for 21 days. So if you do it for 21 days, at the end of 21 days, you feel like, yep, I don't need this anymore. I can live without it. You've made the change. So that's kind of my take on this. All right. Looking at the clock here, one aspect we didn't touch on, I know we talked about the animal suffering, the emotional well-being of, diet, nutrition, health. And now climate change is top of my mind because of all the wildfires that we have going on. I believe they're all connected to the food system because we're taking large swaths of land, grazing animals, raising crops for animals. At the same time, there's other countries that have population explosion, China, India, there's not enough land. So, and Singapore, there's no land whatsoever. So they're growing vertical farms now. So there's all these things that are happening on how we grow food, right? So, and how much of land and water and electricity and natural resources should we be using to produce food that we need? And if you're 8 billion people now, by 2050, we'll be 10 billion people. If we sustain the same food system, there's no way we can have a planet that we can live on. So I just want to get everybody's take on the food system, climate change, global warming, how they're all connected, if you had any take on any of these.
And I just wanted to say about the environment, because I guess on my why, like the animals, my health, and the environment would probably be third, just because it's so much about the animals. But I mean, in my mind, anybody calls themselves an environmentalist and they're not vegan, I'm like, you are not an environmentalist, because we are destroying the planet with agriculture. So how could you possibly call yourself an environmentalist? I don't understand it. To me, there is absolutely zero connection between what we're doing and the environment, and how people, and the people are like saying stuff like, oh, it just cracks me up. Like there's the, catch and release. I love that one. And then there's also just the, crap, I'm trying to think of what I'm thinking about here. I'll have to come back to it, but just the misinformation out there and how people justify what they are doing. They're just ignoring the science completely, because they don't want the science, because the science tells them stop eating meat and stop participating in these industries, because they're killing us, and people are starving, like you said. The whole thing is just, it's silly. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know how, and these are intelligent people, which is what also is very upsetting, because I have a lot of really, really bright friends, and I'm like, but they're not vegan. And I'm like, how can you watch this, participate? We have to close our eyes and our ears, because we're killing the planet, and we're killing people, and we're killing animals, and we're all doing it for a hamburger. And I am all about the transition foods, and I hear what Julie's saying about health, but I am all about, if I can eat a Beyond Meat burger instead of a real burger, I'm going to do that. If that's the one thing that you'll be like, oh, I could eat this, I'm going to give it to you. Okay. So I'm really about, what can I do to get you to go plant-based? And if it takes a while for you to get there, I'm okay about that. Because I just want you to get there eventually. So yeah, that's me. That's it.
And interestingly, you brought up Beyond Meat. So I interviewed Ethan Brown, the CEO of Beyond Meat, Pat Brown, the CEO of Impossible Foods, and a whole bunch of other plant-based companies who are making meat and eggs and dairy alternatives. And again, my intention was to find out more about why they're doing it, because they're trying to solve for something. At the same time, it's a business, right? So they want to make profits out of this business. They never intended these products to be for vegans. These are products for people who like the taste of meat, but they're on the cusp of kind of, you know what, I really don't like what happens behind the scenes. So give me something that I can try, right? I think of them as the e-cigarettes of the cigarette industry, where you don't want to smoke, but here's an e-cigarette. It gives you the same experience. You're getting the mouth feel, you're getting the smoke out. So that's kind of what these products are doing, right? And also, I think meat has a lot of cultural aspect, significance to a lot of, at least Europeans and Americans, right? Growing up in Asia and South Asia, it's a little different, I think, at least back when I was growing up. Now it's changed with the economies kind of, I think that's also tied to it, right? As the incomes grow, your meat consumption grows. But growing up, your food was predominantly Monday through Saturday used to be vegetarian food, even in a meat-eating family. And then Sundays used to be the day that you actually purchase meat because it was expensive and eat meat. Anyway, so these companies are doing it for these transitional people who are trying to kind of convert themselves at least 5 days a week or 3 days a week or 2 times a day. So I think these are great products. Like you all said, these are going to help them at least switch temporarily and reduce the harm overall. I think we are well past our time here, but this is a wonderful conversation. I enjoyed talking with you all. I think we can wrap this up here, and we'll pass it back to Rachel here. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your time.
Again, we want to say a very special thank you to all of our panelist speakers for joining in on this ongoing dialogue on the holistic and Yogic way of life. We really appreciate you sharing all of your knowledge and helping us to learn, to expand, to grow. And this is really what the Yoga and Health Expo is dedicated to. So thank you so much for joining in on this ongoing conversation that we're having with our community. We appreciate you so much. It is now time for us to say a very special thank you to one of our sponsors, the Bay Stranger Technologies, leading digital transformation agency based in the vibrant city of Vancouver. Bay Stranger is serving clients and trusted business partners and delivering ideal digital and strategic solutions as a web design and digital marketing company based in Vancouver. Thank you so much for your kind sponsorship with us today. It is now time for us to move into our next speaker. This is an exciting one. Please welcome Julie Brar. Julie is an award-winning holistic nutritionist and regenerative health practitioner. She helps people achieve better health through nutrition and holistic practices. Julie specializes in regenerative health techniques and offers coaching programs online, which is awesome because you can join in anywhere around the world. She enjoys meditation, yoga, and riding her Harley with her fiance and her dogs, which is pretty awesome. You can visit her website at balancelifewithjulie.com. Here, we are very proud to welcome Julie Brar. Julie, here we go.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you everyone for attending the 9th annual Yoga and Health Expo. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen and share a little bit about my work. So as Rachel mentioned, I'm a regenerative health practitioner, a holistic nutritionist, and a health coach. And I was also a yoga teacher for quite a while. But what brings me to the regenerative health space is really my own struggles with my health. And a big part of my journey has also been becoming 100% whole food plant-based. In fact, at the moment, I'm 100% raw as well. So I'm going to share a little bit about what has brought me here. So I was diagnosed with hypothyroidism back in January of 2014, hypothyroidism and Hashimoto's. So I did what a lot of people do. I went to my doctor. I wasn't feeling so great. I got my diagnosis and I was placed on medication. And when I started to take the medication, unfortunately, I didn't really notice a difference in terms of feeling better. If anything, I started to feel worse and worse and worse and worse. My journey into becoming 100% whole food plant-based and now raw has really been about understanding what food does in our body. So I'm going to talk a little bit about gut health during this presentation. And so what has happened for me in the past several years is I've really focused in on optimizing my nutrition with micronutrient dense foods, detoxifying my body, really addressing chemicals and heavy metals, lifestyle, all kinds of stuff. And so I have been now, because of the protocols that I use and I follow, I have been medication free now for over 3 years. And I also am in the best health of my life. And I do credit that to having a regenerative health protocol that has brought me here. So aside from my work, I actually stopped consuming animal products back in 2004. That really came about because I was going off to do my very first yoga teacher training, and I had never really been introduced to the principles of yoga. And so I started reading on the philosophy and the principles. And one of the principles that really struck me was ahimsa, nonviolence. And so I started to think about in all the ways that I contribute to violence on this planet. And so naturally, I thought about the food that I eat, which I was raised vegetarian. And then when I left home very young, I was eating what everybody around me was eating, which was animal products. I didn't really think much about where they came from. I didn't enjoy it, but that's what people did around me. And so I just kind of, went with the flow. And it was only through me deciding to become certified as a yoga teacher that I really started to question some of my habits. And I've continued on that journey of questioning my habits and questioning my thought process. And so I did research in 2004. I had to go to a library because we didn't have the internet as readily available as we do now. And I started reading about books on veganism and how easy it is to stay healthy on a whole food plant-based diet. And, you know, like a lot of people that start on the plant-based journey, I probably had more processed foods in the early part of my journey. And as I've learned as a practitioner of what foods do in the body, I've become a lot more focused on having whole food, plant-based options instead of processed foods. So everything that I work with on people really centers around nutrition as the foundation, because that is how our body is going to function, is if we optimize our nutrition. I talk a lot about movement as well and mindset. All of these pillars are things that I believe are important to address on one's journey towards creating optimal health with ease. But for myself, aside from my professional work, I have been doing animal rights activism now for 4 years. I go to different events in my local community here in the Toronto area. I've done everything from, you know, stopping the trucks and bearing witness to, you know, attending all kinds of different marches and rallies. There's been so many events over the past 4 years. And, you know, I never really did, even though I stopped eating meat so long ago, I never really got into activism until like 2019. And that really came about because I met someone who was an animal rights activist, and, you know, he encouraged me to start going to events. And I'm really glad that he did, because it allowed me to connect the dots of how important it is to continue to share this message. Because unfortunately, most people are not, they're being educated incorrectly, because we have, you know, the meat and the dairy industry and the advertising industry and the processed foods industry and all of these different industries that are really about making money. They're not about helping the animals or the planet or even people. And so they're putting out these products that are very, very damaging to individual health. And so, you know, for me, as I started to do activism, I know that the reason that I do what I do is for the animals, as well as for the planet, and then, of course, for individual health. But what's amazing to me about being 100% whole food plant-based and being vegan is that in this, when you choose this lifestyle, it's amazing how with just one action of not consuming animal products, you can change so many, in so many ways. Yourself, spiritually, you're going to become a better individual, but you're going to help save someone's life. You're going to help save the life of an animal. And you're also going to help the planet. So it's a win-win-win. Everybody's winning when someone chooses to go vegan. So I do want to talk about the diet part of it, because this is obviously what I do and what I talk about the most. Unfortunately, the SAD diet, the standard American diet, is responsible for killing more people than anything else out there. And the reason that it is so easy for people to do this, follow this pattern of eating, is really because of convenience. And I think a lack of education. Most people don't know how their body works, don't understand how food works in their body. Even many vegans I talk to don't understand how food works in their body, which is why there's so many vegan processed foods. And so processed foods are easy, they're convenient. Most people don't know how their body works. And so it's easy to grab the simple thing, the fast thing, rather than really making a little bit of effort and planning ahead slightly to actually choose better options. So, you know, unfortunately, 95% of the illnesses are actually diet and lifestyle related. And I say unfortunate because to me, it is so simple. You just change your diet and lifestyle and you can be healthy, right? Like how amazing would it be to just feel good in your body? Like I'm proof positive. I have reversed hypothyroidism and Hashimoto's using a 100% whole food plant-based diet. And my life has only gotten better. My energy, my mood, it's like I'm aging backwards, right? Because of how I take care of my whole being. So, you know, the SAD diet is the diet that most people consume. And unfortunately, the SAD diet is also exported around the world. So as it goes into different countries, what we're seeing is a rise in heart disease and diabetes and different types of cancers and autoimmune conditions. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, right? So in my work, what I like to look at is what are the root causes of these different types of illnesses, right? So chemical toxicity and heavy metals definitely play a role in it, right? We live in a very toxic environment, toxic planet, and are getting all kinds of chemicals through the foods we're eating, the water we're drinking, the personal care products one might be using, medications that have heavy metals in them. So that's one aspect of it. The second aspect is, of course, genetic weaknesses that get passed down the family line, whether it's from your parents or your grandparents. But here's the interesting thing, like genetics can load the gun, but only lifestyle pulls the trigger. So this is actually incredibly empowering, because if you yourself are willing to change your diet and your lifestyle, you can completely reverse any kind of chronic illness that's out there. So most people say like heart disease runs in my family, or cancer runs in my family, or type 2 diabetes runs in the family. And it's not those things that are running in the family. It's really the diet and the lifestyle patterns that run in the family. And because tissues have certain weaknesses and predispositions, then unfortunately the illness manifests, right? And then everything that I was talking about in terms of a highly processed diet, a fast food diet, lots of meat and dairy, all of these things are very, very acidic in the body. And as the body becomes more and more acidic, then what happens is we set the stage for disease. And very important is to understand that all of the signs that our body gives us, the symptoms of, you know, whether it's gut issues or different types of autoimmune conditions or skin issues, all of these things that are highly normalized, they are not normal. Because our body is always looking for homeostasis. Our body is wanting to create health. And so when you start to experience symptoms, that's actually a sign from your body like, hey, I need help, I need help. And most people at that point, they usually ignore, or they will go to a doctor and medicate. The thing to keep in mind with any type of medication, I'm not completely anti-medication. I think certain medications can be very, very helpful in acute situations, but understanding that medication never addresses the root cause of the imbalances that are going on in the body. So if you're wanting to create health, then health comes from healthy habits. And that's where diet and lifestyle is so, so important, right? At the core of a lot of these things is how we're treating our gut. And if you think about it, like even for myself, when I started on my journey towards trying to improve my hypothyroidism and get my health back on track, it's like nobody talked to me about gut health. Nobody talked to me about the foods that I was eating. I went to a medical doctor, multiple medical doctors. I went to multiple naturopaths, and nobody really asked me about what I was putting in my mouth. And I didn't really, you know, this is pre me going back to school and getting all of my certifications. I didn't really understand how my body worked. And it was purely out of frustration with what I was going through that I decided that I needed to learn and understand. And of course, I don't expect everybody who has a diagnosis to do that. But it is important to have some fundamental knowledge of how your body works and how best to support it, right? So all autoimmune conditions always linked to gut. In fact, I would say in general, any health condition, there is definitely a link to poor gut health. And so all of these processed foods and processed sugars and processed meats and red meat, and the list goes on and on. All of these things are very, very harmful to the gut, right? And then when you're taking in antibiotics as well, like one round of antibiotics can take your gut microbiome anywhere from a few months to potentially years to recover from. So taking a round of antibiotics, in certain cases, it's necessary, but please understand that there is a downstream effect of that that's not great. And And so what is important to understand about gut health is the best way to get a healthy gut is not to take probiotics. It's actually to be eating different types of plant foods, ideally at least at minimum 30 different varieties of plant foods over the course of a week, so that you're feeding different microbes in your gut. Remember, plant foods are the pre and the probiotic, so you don't need to take an external probiotic. Food is indeed medicine. So if you're mindful of what you're putting in your body, then your body will respond with better health. I do want to touch on very quickly glyphosate. Glyphosate is the active ingredient in Roundup, and Roundup is sprayed very generously across crops all over the globe. And the thing to keep in mind with glyphosate is that it was originally patented and is patented as an antibiotic. So it's not patented as an herbicide, it's patented as an antibiotic. And this is a very important thing to note, right? So they've been studying, there's like data from the 80s onward that has shown that as more and more Roundup has been dumped into the environment, we've seen a steady rise in autoimmune conditions, infertility, certain types of cancers, autism. And it really is because what we're doing is we're destroying the gut, right? So when glyphosate is sprayed onto the soils, wherever it's used, it destroys not only the microbes in the soil, but also the earthworms. So nutrient quality of foods that are grown, like any food that is sprayed with herbicides and pesticides, the nutrient quality is not as strong. It's almost non-existent, right? And then when they spray glyphosate on plants, it actually disrupts the amino acid profile of the plants. It's called the Shikimate pathway, and it causes a misfolding of proteins. And this is why glyphosate and GMO foods you want to stay the heck away from. And then lastly, what it does in the human body, and this is how Monsanto was able to get their patent for glyphosate, because they said, well, glyphosate doesn't affect human cells. And this is true. It does not affect human cells. But when we ingest it into our body through the foods we're eating or the air we're breathing, the water we're drinking, what ends up happening is it destroys the microbes in your gut because it affects the microbes. And we need our microbes in our gut to be healthy. And so the other thing that glyphosate does is it actually starts to tear apart the tight junctions of the gut, leading to leaky gut. And so because glyphosate is a water-soluble toxin and we live on a water planet, it is everywhere. Right now, you cannot contain glyphosate. Everybody is exposed to glyphosate. You're breathing it in, you're drinking it in, you're eating it in, even if you're like super, super mindful of your food, you're still going to be ingesting it. And so in terms of gut health, you want to keep in mind, it's not just your gut. Your immune system is housed in your gut. There's like a thin layer of cells between your immune system and your gut. And so anything that compromises your gut health compromises your immune system at the same time. 90% of the serotonin in your body is also made in your gut, as is a lot of the dopamine. And so it's not uncommon for someone to have gut issues, but also to have depression or anxiety. And I've worked with so many people, the second we start to work on their gut health and we change their diet, guess what? Their mood gets better. Their depression goes away. They're less anxious. And all we did was we addressed gut health, right? And so there's also this gut-brain connection that really happens when we're in utero. The cells that start dividing, the original cell for the gut and the brain, it's one cell. So as that cell division happens, certain cells become brain cells, and other cells become like a part of the gut. And so that's why that gut-brain connection exists, like right from the beginning of our life. It's a thing. And so there are two signals that go from your gut to your brain, and only one signal that comes from your brain back down to your gut. And so really the gut is the big boss when it comes to what's going on in the body. And if your gut health is off, it's going to affect absolutely everything. So The great thing about our body is that anything can be changed, right? So if you're experiencing not great health, not great gut health, you can definitely change that by simply changing what you're putting on your plate every single day, drinking more water, moving more, changing your mindset, because there is that gut-brain connection. Our body is super, super responsive. And, you know, it's also really easy and accessible for anyone to make some of these choices. So let's say that you are consuming a diet that is more on the processed side. The simplest way you can start to make some changes towards better gut health is to just eat more fruits, drink more water, start there, right? And then you'll be inspired as you start to feel better, then you're going to be inspired to make more changes. It's also possible to get the glyphosate out of your body. So if that's something that you want to explore, make sure that you do that, because all of us are exposed to chemical toxicity. And so it is important not only to address the nutrition, but also to address detoxification. These two things go hand in hand. And in regenerative health, we really do believe that the body has the capability to regenerate on a cellular level. And so it's important to support the body in that by simply supporting it with different types of protocols through plant foods, through herbs, through redox. There's so many things that you can use through breath work, through movement. And so if this is something that you want to explore and you're wanting to get healthier, make sure that you reach out. I'm going to share my screen real quick again. So there are many ways to get a hold of me. The best place is obviously going to be my website, but you can also find me on social media and these different platforms. And I do have a group program starting up at the end of June that is really focused towards those dealing with hypothyroidism and Hashimoto's. It is a 16-week-long program where I'm going to be walking you through how to support your body towards reversing all of the symptoms that you may be experiencing. So it's going to be very, very exciting. This is the first time I'm offering a program of this type. I just find that there's so many people coming to me all the time with hypothyroidism and Hashimoto's that it's easier for me to work together with a group and help support the entire group towards better health. So thank you so much for taking the time to listen to this talk. I hope that there was something in here that was helpful to you on your journey. And thank you so much for choosing to go towards a plant-based lifestyle. Maybe you're not there yet, maybe you're just starting, but I will encourage you, if you're just starting on your journey, please keep going. It is an amazing way to live. Health really begins on a cellular level, and all the nutrients that we need, absolutely, we can get them from plants. And I am proof positive that you can feel good and really thrive, as well as reverse chronic health issues by simply making a better dietary choice.
A very special thank you to Julie Brar for your incredible words of inspiration with us all today. We want to take a quick moment to say a special thank you to one of our sponsors here today at our Yoga and Health Expo. It is the BC India Business Network. The BCIBN is a nonprofit organization dedicated to building, maintaining economic, social, and cultural ties between British Columbia and India trade. Thank you so much for being a big sponsor of ours today. Next, it is our great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Karina Engster, talking about veganism, mental health, and strength training on our journeys. Karina is AKA known as Coach K and is a vegan fitness coach, an author, and a speaker. Founder of KI Health and Fitness, she helps vegans worldwide get strong and build lifelong health habits. She hosts the No Bullshit Vegan podcast, and her work has been featured by many major media outlets. Karina, we are so excited to have you here with us today. Please take it away. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for the introduction, and thank you to our attendees for coming to the 9th Yoga and Health Expo. Great to have you here, and thank you so much for inviting me. I'm Karina Engster, but my clients call me Coach K, and I'm the author of 5 books. I host the No BS Vegan podcast, which is available on all podcasting platforms and also syndicated on radio in my city. And I love chin-ups, I love dark chocolate, and my coaching team and I work with our clients all over the world. It's completely online, creating and holding them accountable to their strength training programs and making sure that their plant-based nutrition is supporting their training, their physique, and their health goals. So today I'm going to be speaking to you about veganism and strength training. How do you make sure that you're fueling your workouts properly? Are there any nutrients that active vegans need to pay special attention to? And the spoiler here, of course, is yes, there are. And the never-ending question, where do you get your protein? But first, I wanted to share a little bit of a backstory, kind of my vegan origin story, I guess. So in 1997, at the age of 11, I decided to become vegetarian. Now, this was entirely for ethical reasons, wanting to avoid having animals killed for my consumption. And you also need to remember that this was the age way before Instagram or Facebook or YouTube or TikTok. I mean, my household at that point didn't even have internet access. So that's not an excuse, but it's one of the reasons that it took me 5 years to realize that there's no moral distinction between the meat, dairy, and egg industries. They're all the same. They're one and the same. They support each other. And these days, of course, it's really easy to access information in this realm, like video footage and interviews, you name it. Anyways, it took me a while to figure that out. But once I did, I went vegan immediately. And I recently celebrated my 20th vegan anniversary. And I'm obviously never going to look back. This is a lifestyle for me. So for me, being vegan means living in a way that aligns with my values. And that in itself, I think, is very important for overall mental well-being. Over the years, I've expanded my motivations for being vegan to include our environment and curbing climate change, increasing athletic performance, overall health, a whole bunch of other reasons. But it always comes back to a foundation of compassion for animals and fellow humans, and living, not just eating, but living in a way that aligns with my values. So let's talk about strength training. Just so we're all on the same page about what strength training is, it's also called resistance training, by the way. It's one of the most effective ways of improving your body composition, preventing injuries, increasing your bone density, revving up your metabolism, improving your day-to-day functioning. The list goes on. So strength training is a fairly broad term that refers to any type of exercise that uses some form of resistance to strengthen and build your muscles. So we can create this resistance by using dumbbells, barbells, weight and cable machines at the gym, kettlebells, medicine balls, your own body weight, resistance bands. There's a lot of different options. So you don't have to feel like you need to go to a gym in order to strength train. There's a lot of options. Now, most government and health organizations recommend a minimum of 2 days per week of strength training for at least half an hour, working all your major muscle groups every time. So if you have more days available to train, that's better. But as a minimum to see health benefits, all these things I listed before, like bone density and increasing strength, 2 days a week of about 30 minutes, making sure you train all your muscle groups, is enough to see a lot of benefits. So when I say all your major muscle groups, I want to share the 6 fundamental strength training movements that you should include in your workouts. You can include more than these, but a lot of people miss some of these 6 fundamental moves. And I call them movement patterns because there are a lot of different exercises that you can do under each of these umbrellas. So really briefly, the first movement pattern that you want to include in your strength training is a squat. So you can do that with a barbell, you can do a goblet squat with a dumbbell, you can use a resistance band. There's tons of options. You can do a body weight squat, but some form of squat is a fundamental strength training move that you want to include in your training week. Then we have a hinge, which is basically a deadlift. So you can do a single leg version, you can do a barbell deadlift, you can do a resistance band hip hinge, you can do a kickstand deadlift. Whatever you do, you want a deadlift. This is, of course, barring any sort of injury you're working around or advice from a physical therapist, for example, that says you shouldn't do a particular move. These are just generalized to the population. The third move is a lunge. So you can do a walking lunge, you can use dumbbells, kettlebells, resistance bands, some random household object you find like a water bottle. You can do a body weight reverse lunge. There's tons of options, but splitting your feet, so one is in front and one is behind, is a very important movement pattern to work, not just strength, but also stability and balance. Then we have an upper body push movement. So these are things that train your chest, a little bit of your shoulders, and your triceps. So moves like bench press, overhead presses, resistance band chest presses, push-ups, anything that uses your pecs in a pushing motion is super important. And then the reverse of that is a pull. So now you're using your back and all of your postural muscles and a little bit of your biceps. So you want to make sure you're doing some kind of a row, resistance band, dumbbell, kettlebell, barbell. You can do a lat pull down. There's a face pull move that's for your rear delts, which is really high up in your back. You can do a seated row, pull-ups and chin-ups, some of my favorite moves ever, cable rows. Options are endless. Now, the last move is one that most folks leave out of their programs, which is not a good call. Usually the only people I see who are doing this move are folks who have a coach and are working in a gym setting, because generally the coaches know what they're doing, right? So this is a weighted carry. So basically what this means is picking up a heavy object or two heavy objects, one in each hand, and bracing your core, using all your upper body muscles to carry these things and taking them for a walk. So you can do a one arm carry. So you're using your abs to stabilize. You can do kettlebells. The general goal with carries, by the way, is to be able to carry your own body weight. So if you weigh 200 pounds, for example, you want to use 100 pounds in each hand. So a total of 200 pounds for a weighted carry. But these moves give you an idea of how your workouts should be structured in order to give you the health benefits like bone density, muscle gain, strength gain, increased metabolism, all those awesome things. So moving on, I want to talk about veganism and athletic performance. And I have some input from Susan Levin. So she's a registered dietitian and the director of nutrition education for the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, which is a completely plant-based organization, by the way. And she contributed to my book, The Vegan Athlete, which is actually the updated edition of my very first book, Vegan Vitality. So she technically contributed to two of my books, but I'm spotlighting The Vegan Athlete because it's more recent. She's been on the podcast as well, and she's written for my website. But here's what she says. Susan writes, I think a lot of athletes approach training as a time to teach the body how to get faster or stronger through repetition of a specific exercise. What training really is a time to figure out how the body excels at a particular event. That means, among other things, figuring out how to fuel for optimal performance. Many professional athletes have realized, through trial and error, that a vegan diet allows them to train more often because of the shorter recovery time needed. There are several theories as to why a vegan diet would be better than other diets. Training is actually a stress on the body and its immune function. A vegan diet full of fruits, vegetables, grains, and legumes provides a clear immune boost with its high antioxidant content and avoidance of pro-inflammatory products found in meat and dairy. This immune boost could be what allows vegan athletes to train and recover in rapid succession. So there's more research that we need here, but what's coming out these days and anecdotal evidence is showing that a vegan diet actually has performance enhancing properties for athletes. So if you're an active person and you're plant-based, what are some things that you might need to pay special attention to? Well, there are two things that usually come to mind for me. And the first one is overall food volume. So whole plant-based foods are typically very nutrient dense and not very calorie dense when you're comparing them to animal foods. Like you can eat a salad basically the size of your torso for only a few hundred calories. Now, to fuel a really active lifestyle, you'll need to ensure that you're consuming enough calories for your specific goals and for your training. And you might notice that on a vegan diet, you need to eat a larger volume of food to get the same number of calories you used to get as an omnivore. So, losing weight unintentionally doesn't happen that often because a lot of people actually do go vegan to lose weight, which I wouldn't recommend, by the way. I would go vegan for ethical reasons and environmental reasons, not as a weight loss diet. But sometimes really active people who go vegan will lose weight unintentionally because, again, whole plant-based foods are really nutrient dense, but typically not as calorie dense as animal products. So if you're super active, you got to keep in mind you'll probably need to eat a lot more food when it comes to volume. But if you're concerned about losing weight or, changing body composition unintentionally, it would help to track your calories for the first few weeks if you're a new vegan. So if you're just making the transition, use an app like Chronometer or MyFitnessPal, and you can track your overall intake of food to make sure that you're hitting your targets. Now, there are a few extra important nutrients that vegans probably should pay attention to. You know this already, that a really well-planned, mostly whole foods, entirely plant-based diet is extremely beneficial to our health. A few nutrients, though, that are found abundantly in animal-based foods may need special attention if you're vegan, just to make sure you're consuming enough of them. And you want to make sure that you're not just consuming enough, but also absorbing enough of the nutrients you need. So in that arena, I would recommend that you get regular blood tests, at least annually, and you can check for things like B12 and zinc and iron and vitamin D. And if it turns out you're low in any of these, which by the way is also really common in non-vegans, then you can work with your healthcare provider on supplementation. So the first nutrient I want to address is iron. It is necessary for producing red blood cells, and it carries oxygen throughout the body. So it's super important. And it's a little more difficult for the body to absorb plant-based sources of iron, which is not inherently a problem. You just need to make sure that you're getting a lot of iron-rich foods in your diet, like soy products, dried apricots, fortified grain products, blackstrap molasses, beans, lentils, artichokes. There's lots of options. Now, B12 is next. My coaching team and I always say every vegan should take a B12 supplement. Non-negotiable. If you're vegan, take B12. So you can take a sublingual pill or you can take a liquid form. B12 is produced by bacteria. So in centuries past, we would have gotten our B12 from soil particles on our food, but that's not the case anymore. And I also want to point out, by the way, the reason animal products contain B12 is because those animals themselves were given B12 supplements, not because there's B12 inherent in meat and eggs or other animal products. The animals themselves were supplemented. So B12 is crucial for keeping blood and nerve cells healthy, and it also helps the body to use fats. And B12 deficiency is extremely dangerous, and it can result in nerve damage. So don't take any chances. Just take your B12 supplement. And don't worry about taking too much, by the way, because your body will just excrete what it doesn't need. Now, in addition to your supplement, really good sources of this vitamin include nutritional yeast, fortified non-dairy milks like soy and almond, and fortified meat alternatives. Next, we have calcium, which we all know is necessary for healthy bones, and it also helps our muscles to contract. So plant-based sources of calcium include almonds, tahini, tofu, figs, collard greens, and fortified non-dairy beverages, many of which, by the way, have more calcium than cow's milk. Now, unlike nutrients like B12 or iron or vitamin D, You can't measure your body's calcium levels via blood work. So you can't get a blood test and see how you're doing in terms of calcium. So to ensure you're getting enough calcium, track your food for at least a few days using an app like MyFitnessPal, and you'll get a general sense of how much calcium you're taking in. Now, lastly, another nutrient I want to bring to your attention is omega-3 fatty acids, which is probably something you hear about a lot in the vegan world. They are crucial for brain function. They reduce inflammation, and they might help to prevent heart disease. Plant foods rich in omega-3s include flaxseed oil and ground flaxseed, walnuts, sacha inchi seeds, chia seeds, and hemp hearts. Now, you probably know that fish oil is a good source of omega-3s, but did you know that the omega-3 in fish comes from the algae they eat? So why not get your nutrition straight from the source? You can get an algal DHA oil. DHA is a type of omega-3 fatty acid, and you can use that as a supplement. Research is still ongoing, so there's no consensus here on an exact daily dosage, but you can follow the manufacturer's instructions or check with your healthcare provider. Now, what if you want to make some serious muscle gains on a plant-based diet? It's not really that different from gaining muscle on a non-plant-based diet. What's most important is that you're eating a diet of primarily whole foods, taking in a large variety of different foods, and consuming the calories you need. Protein is very important if you strength train regularly, and this is whether you're vegan or not. This is not a vegan-only issue. But we really don't need to obsess about it like the average gym bro will have us believe. You need to think about it, but we don't have to go overboard with it. And we'll get into a little bit more of the protein details shortly. Now, on the other hand, what if you want to lose fat? So much like gaining muscle on a vegan diet, losing fat on a vegan diet is not much different from losing fat on a non-vegan diet. You need to be in a calorie deficit in order to lose fat. And the good news for you is that a lot of vegan foods, as mentioned before, are very nutrient dense, but not very calorie dense. So if you're loading up on giant salads, fresh veggies, fruit, whole grains, beans, lentils, tofu, etc., you could fairly easily put yourself into a calorie deficit. So let's talk about the protein piece. Everyone who's been vegan for more than 4 minutes has heard, but where do you get your protein from? And the first piece of this protein puzzle is you might not actually need as much protein as you think. And the second and third pieces are protein density and variety. If you strength train, you do need to make sure that you're eating protein dense foods like seitan, tofu, tempeh, high protein pastas, textured vegetable protein, etc. And feel free to experiment with plant-based protein powders, but do keep variety in mind. You want to make sure that you're getting your amino acids from a lot of different foods, not just getting all your protein from one source. So all foods contain amino acids, which are the building blocks of protein. And most foods contain at least some ready-made protein. Now, there's no one-size-fits-all recommendation like there is for iron or B12 or zinc for how much protein we need every day. And your protein needs will depend on things like your body weight, your overall activity level, and the type of training you do. Really active people, especially those who strength train, are going to require much higher protein intakes than sedentary people. So there's a myth out there that you might have heard, especially in the vegan world, that goes, well, if you eat enough calories, you will automatically get enough protein. And it's something I hear a lot in the vegan world. And for sedentary people, this might be accurate. But if you strength train, you do need to pay special attention to your protein intake. So if you're inactive, you need 0.8 grams of protein per kilo of body weight per day. For a 150-pound person, for example, that works out to 54 grams of protein a day. Pretty easy to get. You can have tofu scramble for breakfast, a burrito for lunch, and dry roasted edamame as a snack, and you've already nailed your protein goal for the day, even before having dinner. Now, if you strength train regularly, you will, of course, need more protein. And most recommendations here are between 1.8 and 2.5 grams of protein per kilo of body weight per day. And that depends on the intensity of your training. So if you're a 150-pound strength athlete, you'll need between 122 and 170 grams of protein per day. So a day's worth of protein for this athlete might include tofu scramble with seitan strips for breakfast, a smoothie with hemp hearts, chia seeds, and flax seeds and protein powder for a snack, edamame pasta with tomato sauce for lunch, and a burrito for dinner. Now, if you want to know exactly how much protein you need, we have a protein calculator on our website, karinainkster.com/protein calculator, and you just put in your variables and it'll show you how many grams of protein you need every day. So a couple of really excellent plant-based sources of protein include edamame, soybeans, of course, either steamed or dry roasted, seitan, my current favorite, fava bean tofu. So it's the exact same method of making tofu, except it's made with fava beans instead of soybeans. And it has over 60 grams of protein in one small block. It's absolutely amazing. Beans, lentils, and nuts, of course, seeds, non-dairy milks, tofu, tempeh, nutritional yeast. The list is endless. So in summary, a vegan diet may actually enhance athletic performance, but we do need more longitudinal research here. If you're an active vegan, you do need to pay attention to your overall food volume, as well as a few specific nutrients like B12 and iron. And if you strength train and or have body composition goals, you need to think about protein, but you don't need to worry about protein. Thank you so much for your attention, and I would love to connect with you. So you can go to karinainkster.com for all things vegan strength training and to ask me questions or to get in touch. My team and I have a ton of free resources, including a free ebook on strength training and nutrition. And that was to celebrate the 5-year anniversary of my podcast. We also have the vegan protein calculator that I mentioned, a vegan specific portion guide, and a ton of articles and podcast episodes. Thanks again.
A special thank you to Karina Inkster for your incredible presentation. Thank you so much. It is now time for us to introduce Shobhana Jaya Madhavan. Today, she's going to be speaking about mental health and the Vedic lifestyle. Shobhana is a social work graduate from TIS and also has an extensive experience in child welfare and senior policy. She now serves as an AVP at SFU, and she's also the president of the BC India Business Network, Chief Impact Officer for #Code, and mentors young entrepreneurs across BC. It is our great pleasure to welcome Shobhana here with us today. Shobhana, we're ready for you.
Hello, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to join you today to share some reflections on holistic health and Vedic lifestyles. My name is Shobhana, and over the years, I have been greatly influenced by holistic health reflections that many practitioners have had, and also practitioners of Vedic living. Holistic health for me is basically an approach to wellness, and it gives me better balance. This approach embraces the many important aspects of our health, mainly physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual. Vedic living is a great example of holistic living, and it draws upon many worldviews, cultures, and traditions to do one important thing: to heal. And healing keeps us balanced, it keeps us connected to our inner self and to the outer planet. It gives us a better sense of alignment, a better sense of direction to go about our daily life. Vedic practices are rooted mainly in ancient Indian writings, the Vedas. But Vedic practices also offer very practical ways for modern living, and ways for us to align better with our inner and outer selves. For instance, many people like yourselves practice yoga for better health. Many, like me, choose vegetarianism for a balanced nutrition and health. Others access Ayurveda and natural remedies for their healthcare needs. In my own life, making few important choices with regards to what I eat, how I practice mindfulness, and what medicines I take when I'm not keeping well has made a tremendous difference in the overall quality of my life. Let me give you 3 specific examples. Firstly, I choose to be a vegetarian, and I've been one for most part of my 55 years on this beautiful planet. Looking at a plate of nourishing vegetarian food not only makes me want to eat every single thing that's on my plate, it gives me a deep sense of satisfaction when I eat that meal. It also makes me feel calm and content in my mind while I'm eating and after I've eaten my food. It makes me feel very connected to the universe. I truly feel choosing to be a vegetarian has been a simple yet profound way for me to practice kindness. A second example I'd like to give about holistic living is my choice to use Ayurvedic medicines and treatment and be influenced by Ayurveda in my daily life. Over the years, it has made a profound difference in how I understand illness and what I do about treating it or intervening when needed. I generally begin and end my day with mindfulness practice. And this is my third example that I'd like to share. I mainly do a bit of meditation at the beginning and end of the day. This book ending of my 24 hours has been extremely influential and impactful in not just how I go about my daily life, but also how I'm able to more effectively deal with stressors and challenges and obstacles that might be in front of me on a daily basis. Most people generally tend to go about life being busy. But being busy does not mean that one is mindful. Being busy refers to us filling our 24 hours with all kinds of activities, some of which might be very good for our body and mind, and others may not be so. By consciously incorporating small and big elements of holistic living and a Vedic lifestyle, we can experience in our daily life a very positive and a very sustainable impact. I hope that this Yoga Festival and Health Expo will be yet another motivation for all of us to connect with people, to connect different ideas, to embrace different worldviews, and to make a conscious decision to go about our lives in a different way. I hope you will join me and many others in celebrating the goodness of a Vedic and a holistic lifestyle. Stay well and take good care. Bye for now.
A special thank you to you, Shobana, for sharing your incredible words with us all today. It is now time for our panel discussion moderated by Shobana Jayamadavan with panel members Dr. Alexina Mehta as well as Julie Brar. Today, they're going to be speaking about food for thought and a little bit on their reflections on the Vedic lifestyle and holistic health. Shobana, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And I'm just absolutely delighted to join all of you today for the 9th Yoga Festival and Health Expo panel discussion on a topic that is near and dear to my heart. It's mental wellness and plant-based diet. And we have two amazing people joining us on this panel today. And I'm absolutely delighted to warmly welcome Dr. Alexina Mehta, who is a naturopathic doctor, an Ayurvedic practitioner, and a Numa transpersonal psychology and breathwork facilitator. I'm also delighted to warmly welcome Karina Inkster, who's a fitness and nutrition coach, a 20-year vegan, and author of 5 books. She's also host of the No BS Vegan podcast. A warm welcome to both of you, Alexina and Karina.
Thank you so much.
So let's get started. We have a couple of minutes here with an audience that's very eager to talk about this topic and listen to what you both have to share, because you are really, truly people who are living a life where there is balance and there is a deep connection between what you eat and the care you take about your mental wellness. So I want to start off by giving both of you an opportunity to make some opening remarks. And may I now ask Alexina to kick us off?
Thank you so much, Shabna, for having me. And thank you to the festival for all their organization. And especially thanks to all of you who are listening here today, the audience, for your enthusiasm and your inspiration in this topic. And I'm so honored to be here with all of you and sharing from my background as a naturopathic physician and Ayurveda practitioner. I've been working in the field now for nearly 15 years. And I have witnessed many patients over the years and students that I've taught in this topic of diet and nutrition, vegetarianism, veganism, and every other possible diet you could imagine in between. I've received many, many questions over the years. And also, the same goes for mental health and mental well-being. Many patients have come to me asking questions about how to improve their overall well-being mentally and emotionally. So I'm very happy to be here today and sharing on this subject with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexina. I really appreciate you being today, and I can't wait for us to get started on the conversation. Over to you, Karina, for some opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Shobna, and Rachel, the facilitator or the introducer, I suppose, and the audience we have here today. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you to the Yoga Festival and Health Expo for having me here. Love to be included. I might be coming from a bit of a different background. I'm not a mental health person. I'm not an Ayurvedic practitioner, but I do have a large client base all over the world. And so my team and I work with vegan folks or people who want to go vegan, which we're going to talk about a bit later, can relate to mental health. And we work on their fitness and on their nutrition, but kind of by default, we're also touching on some lifestyle habits and possibly mental change for folks. But we're not mental health experts. So the way that I'm going to talk about mental health is fairly anecdotal and looking at our client base versus like diagnosing or working with someone on their mental health. But I'm coming from a fitness background. I've been running my coaching business since 2011, so it's been 12 years. And I've been vegan, as you mentioned, Shobna, for 20 years. So it's been a while, back when the thing that you could get at a restaurant was iceberg lettuce and not a lot more. So things have changed, but I'm looking forward to sharing more about that journey and also the work that we're doing, my team and I, in the fitness space. So thanks again.
Thank you so much. I'm truly excited that both Alexina and Karina were able to join us today. Very different backgrounds, but definitely there's lots of things here that is common ground here, because end of the day, it's about a balanced life and lifestyle. So I'm going to kick off this conversation, which is going to be very informal, authentic. And I'm going to imagine we're all sitting in a coffee shop in beautiful Vancouver, celebrating the yoga festival and having this conversation. And so I'm going to start off with Dr. Mehta. So I'm just very curious. You know, when we talk about intersectionality and true health being an intersection of numerous things, what exactly do we mean by this? And where does diet play in this intersectionality?
Thank you for your question. So this is actually a question I've received many times before, and I'm happy to share because I've thought about it a lot in my experience as a practitioner and also personally with respect to my own well-being. Where does diet fit in with my physical health, my emotional, psychological, and my spiritual health? So maybe I'll start off by sharing a little story about what brought me to this topic of natural medicine to begin with, and actually how diet connects with that, because diet has actually played a huge role in my own personal health journey. So as a teenager, young, or actually more like a preteen, I was in Canada, daughter of immigrant parents. And, like many of us that are in that position, when we're in the country, there's a confusion around, where do I belong? Which culture am I part of? Am I Indian, or am I Canadian, or am I both? And I had a lot of anxiety at a young age because I didn't know who I was. I didn't know where I fit in. And being the eldest of three girls, I had a lot of responsibility. And I was really trying to figure out how to understand my emotions in all this. And you can imagine, at that age of 11, 12, 13, and at that time, there wasn't a lot of discussion around mindfulness or meditation or emotions that we see more so nowadays, So I really struggled a lot. And how I coped with that struggle was I actually developed an eating disorder. And I became anorexic quite young. And it was my way of coping with the anxiety that I was experiencing at the time. Also, not understanding how my body was changing and different other emotional stuckness that I was experiencing. This all manifested in avoiding eating. And of course, we know at this age, this is very detrimental. And so my parents took me to the doctor, and at that time, she was a general practitioner, did not have very much knowledge about diet. Now, when I look back on the things that she recommended me eat, it was really junk food that I was being told to eat at the time. But she just wanted me to get calories into my body. You need to gain weight. That's what I was told. And so that was my starting point when it comes to nutrition and diet, because I was in this place where I didn't have any knowledge. I was visiting a physician that didn't have any knowledge. And then I started to jump around to an eating disorder specialist. I didn't end up in the hospital, fortunately. But what ended up happening was my mother stayed home from work, and she looked after me while I would eat my 3 meals a day so that I could gain the weight that I needed to gain. And I was taken out of school. I was homeschooled at that time. And so I spent a lot of time with my mother, and she would prepare a smoothie in the morning for me, and she would hide eggs in it because she knew that I was very particular. And of course, when someone has an eating disorder, physically they're unwell, but mentally they're very unwell. And your brain starts to shrink, and I couldn't think straight. I couldn't think clearly. And so my mom would hide food in different meals. And the good thing is that I did get to a point where my body weight was stable and normal. And then I could start to think clearly again. I could start to examine what had just happened these last few years in my life. Why did that happen? And I needed to develop a better relationship with my own physical body. And I realized that I could see, I remember very well one day having this eureka awakening moment where I recognized that I needed to focus on something else other than being skinny, losing weight, counting calories. It was a very destructive way of living. And I knew that I was here on this planet for something much more than that. At that age of, I think I was 14 when I had that realization. I could feel it. And so the focus for me became becoming a strong person. I said to myself, forget about being skinny, focus on becoming strong. And so that will to cultivate strength led me to sports. And this is where I think I can connect with Karina's work. And I developed a love of fitness, and eventually I became a personal trainer. I taught Pilates and yoga. And then, in that process of moving towards more education, I was learning about myself. I was also working and helping other people, and I would receive many questions from my clients at that time about food. What should I eat? And I still receive that question every day that I'm working with my patients. What should I be eating? This is something that many people reflect upon, and food is something that we're surrounded by, especially in North America. We really have an abundance of food, and it can be overwhelming to know which way to go. What type of food is right for my body? How do I determine what I need for my health? And one of the reasons why I entered naturopathic medicine in particular is because I wanted to be able to customize my health programs for my patient. I didn't want to give cookie cutter recipe approaches to the patient because I didn't believe that that was the way to achieve actual health and well-being. And so, fast forward, I entered into naturopathic medical school. Of course, I learned tremendous amount of information about herbal medicine and diet, the mind, traditional Chinese medicine, and I went and further studied Ayurveda and breath work, transpersonal psychology, and all of these different areas that I've been drawn to have helped me to do exactly what your question alludes to, which is what is the intersection? Where do all of these different aspects of health meet? And each patient that comes in, they need a different part. Not everybody's interested in one thing or the other thing. So having a holistic perspective allows me to be able to customize my treatment program for the patient. And inevitably, this question around nutrition comes up. And we look at nutrition in the context of all the different aspects of their health. So depending on what their health concerns are, what their health history is, and where they want to go, it's from there that I will give feedback and suggestions, recommendations on diet and nutrition. And it's different for every person. So my role as the naturopathic physician is to provide options and allow the patient to make a decision of what's going to work best for them. And so, as we can see from my history and my background, nutrition has played a very big role in my life. And I've even taught at the nutrition school. And I remember joking with my friends, I say, why is it diet follows me around wherever I go? I'm always asked questions about diet. And I think it's because of the experiences that I've had, the wide variety, the range of patients that I've worked with, everything from, weight gain to weight loss. I've worked on both sides of those areas, and then working with athletes and, women with all kinds of health issues. And so each person requires something different.
Thank you. I mean, that's truly an amazing story you've shared there. And I wanted to especially acknowledge, how important it is for us to have the courage to be vulnerable and tell our stories as is, but truly appreciate you going back in time to what must have been a very difficult phase in your teen life. But then how inspiring and encouraging for people to know that you can take something like an eating disorder and turn it around and get to where you are, where you're having such a big impact on people's lives. So just absolutely, thank you so much. I'm truly inspired by what you've just shared here, Alexina. I really appreciate it. Moving along to Karina. I mean, I've looked up your story and, just amazing the journey you've had And the 20-year vegan story just absolutely, inspires me. So one of the questions that, I had in mind to ask you today is, what is the real story behind you becoming a vegan personal trainer and choosing to be a vegan for more than 2 decades?
That's a great question. Thank you. And thank you, Alexina, for sharing your story as well. Much appreciated. So we have to rewind as well. So similarly, we're going back in time to when I was a teenager, late 90s. So you have to remember there's no TikTok, there's no Instagram, there's no Facebook. We didn't have internet in our house until the 2000s. So this is way back before you could just go on YouTube and find information about anything, diet, how animals are treated, all of that, right? So when I was 11, so late 90s, the thing that spurred me to change was ethics, entirely ethics. So nowadays you hear about folks going vegan, like the Game Changers documentary, for athletic reasons, or for curbing climate change, or for other humans or their own health, which are all legitimate reasons. But I kind of feel like those are newer in the world of veganism. And it always comes back down to an ethical decision for a lot of people. So even if you start somewhere like the climate or your health, eventually 9 times out of 10, even if it's years down the road, it gets to involve ethics as well. So for me, it started with ethics. I was only 11. I had kind of an understanding of what I was eating and decided I didn't want to contribute to animal agriculture, things being killed on my behalf. That was the only reason I'm like, you know what? I don't want to eat animals anymore. Now, my parents are both educators. So my dad, they're retired now, but my dad was a prof at SFU, actually. And my mom was a high school language teacher. So they're like, we're basically a family of nerds. So the first thing they said was, you know what? You got to research this, because their immediate response, especially in the 90s, was like, oh my God, where are you going to get your protein from? You're going to malnourish yourself, etc. So smartly, they said, you know what? Sure, we support this decision, but do a little bit of work, go to the library, because that was back in the day, and find some information, like make sure you're getting everything you need, etc. So that's what I did at first. Very basic, kind of like, what should I include on my plate? What do I eat instead of the lunch that the school is giving me, which was never even vegetarian? Basic stuff that I was learning at that point. The thing I didn't learn, though, and it took me 5 years to learn, was if ethics is your reason for making a dietary change, being vegetarian is not enough, because the meat and the dairy and the egg industries are the same thing. I mean, cows only lactate because they were pregnant and because their babies are now being turned into veal. So if you drink milk but don't eat meat, you're still supporting the veal industry. So this was a tough thing for me to understand. And I was only 16 at the time that I learned this. And I'm not using it as an excuse, but it was a lot harder back then to get information about how animals were raised and how the industry works. Now you can just go and find interviews or like even see footage of slaughterhouses and things. And that wasn't the reality back then. Anyway, once I made that decision, or that realization, I should say, that there's no moral distinction between any of these animal industries, I immediately went vegan. And that was in 2003. So it has been 20 years. Now, since then, of course, other things have come into the picture. So for me, it did start with ethics, but now it's also about curbing climate change and population-wide hunger issues, food access, the environment in general, athletic performance, personal health. There's more and more research that shows that there's actually countless reasons to go completely vegan. So for me, it always started out with ethics. It's evolved since then into other aspects, but I still call myself an ethical vegan. And it has been hard to tell a lot of folks who are vegetarian for ethical reasons, well, you know what? Here's how it actually works. And it's not enough. It's a step, but really for ethical reasons, you should be 100% plant-based if that's the reason you're making a dietary change. So fast forward to after grad school. So I did my master's in gerontology in health and aging, specializing. So like long-term habit change and large-scale population studies and stuff. And I was like kind of tired of the bureaucracy, shall I say, in the academic world. I mean, I'm still a nerd at heart. I write books, right, for fun. But the structure of being in like a university setting and having to publish things and this kind of thing wasn't really for me. My dad already knew that before I did, by the way. And he was the one who said, yeah, maybe you don't want to do further graduate studies. And he was totally right. Anyway, so I did my master's and decided, you know what? I got to do a total 180 because I'm sitting behind this wall studying a population that I never even get to speak to. It's like important research, but I'm not interacting with other humans. So what can I do to do a 180 and start working with people in person, one-on-one? And I'd always been into fitness. So when I told my friends, I think I might want to be a coach, like a fitness coach, they all said, well, yeah, obviously, what else would you do? So they all knew years before I did that seemed to be a good match for me. So it kind of is by accident or by default that the vegan personal trainer thing became a thing because I'm vegan and I became a personal trainer. But it took a couple years into the business of starting to work with folks, not having a vegan specialization at the time. It took a couple years to get to a point where I wanted to specialize and be the vegan fitness coach. And so back then, this was probably 5 years or so after I started, and I started in 2011. Nobody else was branding themselves as like a vegan fitness coach, right? So if you Googled vegan fitness coach, we were the only option. Nowadays, you have like the vegan running coach, the vegan bodybuilding coach, the vegan weight neutral inclusive coach, which we like to say we are. And there's so many options now, which is fantastic. It's really cool actually to see. Powerlifting, there's like niches within veganism now. So it kind of came that way by default because of the career choice that I decided to go down and the fact that I was vegan. I just combined those things. Google seemed to like it. People were finding us. And now we get to work with folks all over the world, which is really cool.
What an amazing story. I mean, both of you have had such a different early childhood, experiences, but then it's so interesting how you've reached a point where, you're basically promoting a lifestyle that allows us to be more balanced and in peace with the planet, so to speak. So I want to move back, and thank you so much for that, Karina. I really appreciate, and so inspiring for people, especially young people, who are getting into fitness, or older people like myself, in our 50s or 60s, who are like rediscovering the fitness journey and trying to make some choices. It's just nice to know that the whole fitness industry now, is more diverse than it ever was before. And people have these options that they didn't have before. So thank you for that. So I want to just move back to Alexina. So one of the, questions that people have in their mind is, what we eat, does it really affect our wellness, our mental wellness? And does it really affect our state of mind and moods? Is there a connection, and what are your observations and thoughts on it, coming at it from being a naturopathic doctor and an Ayurvedic practitioner?
So the answer is absolutely. There is a connection between what we eat and how we feel, how we think, how we behave, and how we act. So if we eat foods that are sattvic in nature, meaning that they are harmonious with our system and with nature, then according to Ayurveda, we'll cultivate more qualities of sweetness, calmness, better composure, more balance in our emotional state. If we consume foods which are highly inflammatory, like refined sugars, different processed flours, different meats, etc., there's about 15, 20 different inflammatory foods, then this will create inflammation in the body and also inflammation in our mind. So our food absolutely clouds our thinking and can lead us to make decisions about ourselves that are not truly authentic to who we are. So we need to be mindful about what we choose to put into our body. The word junk food, which is consumed all over the world, is truly trash. It's junk. It's pure garbage. And yet it is sold at every gas station, convenience store, at the grocery store, and it's consumed. Many people will reach for these foods. And I think in part, it's largely due to a lack of education, lack of knowledge. So, in terms of Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, Tibetan medicine, different indigenous systems, there's been research done in the correlation between various foods and how it impacts the organs. And this is something that is part of the systems. Different emotional states can be provoked, like anger, depression, overwhelm, different stress states. So I think that we have to really consider what we're ingesting every day, not just what we're ingesting, but also how we're ingesting it, our state of mind when we're eating. Are we in a state of mind of calm, in prayer? Are we in communion? Are we in gratitude? Are we actually really understanding the privilege of nature and the spirit of nature that we're now ingesting? We don't think about these things, yet all real food is alive. It has, just like us as human beings, we have vitality and energy. Food has that as well. So I think that in certain cultures, this relationship is understood, whereby there's a gratitude towards what we're consuming and also honor in that gratitude. And that changes our relationship with how the food nourishes us as well. So in this fast-paced culture where impatience really rules a lot of our decisions, we are truly missing the benefits of what our food can provide us. So we need to think of there's the physical benefits, but there's also the greater benefits that can help with increasing our consciousness and increasing our self-awareness. So I'm a big proponent of taking the time before we eat to reflect, honor, and give thanks for our food. And I think that when we can do this, we can create a completely different relationship in how that food can nourish us.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And in a place like Canada, where we have the privilege of learning from Indigenous peoples and their culture and their systems of knowledge, honoring the food and being present in the moment before you eat is just so critical. And I'm glad you brought it up. You also raised the issue of how common it is now for people to eat junk food. And one of the contributing factors is availability and easy access, right? Whether it's corner stores or the airports or, institutions of learning, junk food is easily available and it's very cheap. And affordability, people would say, is a factor. Though many of us would say that with the limited budgets we have, we still can make very nourishing plant-based meals that can nourish our bodies and minds. So I really appreciate the insights you brought in your answer to my question. And I just want to move on to Karina about myths and narratives that's out there. For years, I've heard people say there's no way you can be healthy or strong, eating a vegetarian or a vegan or a plant-based diet. No way. Until recently, where you have documentaries and books and podcasts that tell you, otherwise. But there is a strong pushback on that narrative that you can be strong and healthy with a plant-based diet. Because a lot of the research, as we know, are funded from, entities that benefit from people consuming diets that are not plant-based. So you play, as an author, you play a very big role in educating the masses about your own journey, but also how it can become the journey of another person. So my question really is, if somebody wants to start somewhere and begin to explore basically becoming a vegan or having a plant-based diet, where would they start? And how do they know that information is reliable and accurate?
That is a fantastic question. And the last part of that question about how to know that things are reliable and not BS is the entire reason I started my podcast 5 years ago, because I saw how much information was out there, not just within veganism, but in the nutrition field and the fitness field in general, at a like 20,000-foot view. How much pseudoscience is out there, how much harmful information is out there from people who are just looking to make money. And so, just a side note, that's why the podcast exists and why it's called the No BS Vegan. Anyway, I think if you're starting out as a vegan, I think a couple things to think about are where the information is coming from and why we've been fed certain narratives. So you mentioned before, like myths and narratives, right? So even before talking about concrete, like how do I go vegan steps, we need to think about what have we been told about food. There's diet culture, which is a huge problem. It tells us that being thin is the most important thing above being healthy. That's what diet culture is. And so that combined with veganism, combined with fitness, leads to a whole slew of BS that can be very harmful to people. And so, as you mentioned, there's a lot of government funding, there's a lot of lobbying for animal products, like the Got Milk advertisements or campaign, right? I mean, this is not a group of researchers telling us that milk is good for us. It's the dairy industry paying to have ads telling us, oh, by the way, milk is good for you. So, you don't see that happening with the broccoli industry or the Brussels sprout industry because it's not based in reality or any sort of peer-reviewed research. So I think keeping that in mind, all of these things, what have we been told about food? Why are people concerned suddenly about protein when we tell them that we're vegetarian or vegan? That could come from, honestly, the patriarchy, like gym bros who are obsessed with getting muscle, who think for whatever reason that you can't get protein on a vegan diet. So intersections again of different systems, social media now, basically whatever is flashy gets attention, whether or not it's legitimate information. Like if we trainers shared on social media what we actually ate and how we trained, no one would follow us because it's boring. It's the same shit every day. So, there's not really a reality happening on social media. So I think the first part is, what do you believe about food? Where did it come from? And how can you start dismantling some of those constructs? And then in a logistics kind of way, if you're coming from a place, especially of meat is good for you, you need milk for calcium, like all of these concepts, I would actually recommend not doing an overnight going vegan type situation. I would recommend doing it in stages. That's generally what works for our clients. And usually what we suggest is to do it by meal. So start with your breakfast. Just think about breakfast, even if it's for a month. Lots of vegan options. You can do your oatmeal, your smoothies, your toast with peanut butter. Just think about breakfast. That's it. Eat what you would normally eat the rest of the time. Then when you're comfortable with that, move on to lunch. Veganize your lunch and then do it for dinner. So this might take a number of months, but it's very likely to be a long-term habit at this point, not just something you do for 3 days, realize it's too hard, and then abandon. So even though we as ethical vegans want the world to go vegan, of course, we want people to stay vegan and we want people to be healthy and enjoy the process and figure out what's going to work long term. So I think realistically, what we've seen anyways in our work with clients is don't try to do it overnight. Do it in stages, kind of how I went vegetarian first, stayed there for 5 years, and generally that way with anything, whether it's food, fitness, meditation, lifestyle habits, you're more likely to keep these things long term if it becomes the new normal and doesn't feel like you just did a 180 and you can only do it for 3 weeks.
I just love how you broke the day into parts and, help people see how the baby steps is what can get you onto this bigger journey and make it actually more doable, because a lot of people get very overwhelmed the moment you suggest maybe you should give up something forever, or maybe your diet should not have it. It's quite overwhelming, for people, right? Because food is a source of comfort. And over the years, we've been socialized, right, to eat things because of pleasure. rather than for the nutritional value or for the benefit that they have for us. So I really appreciated the sort of the very practical approach that we could, utilize in our daily lives and make it more manageable. So on that very, very pleasant, note there, I'm going to bring us to a close. And I'd like to once again congratulate Aditya and his team for bringing us all together as a community and to celebrate all things yoga, all things plant-based, all things that's about balance and wellness. And thank all of you for joining us today and for being part of this community. And once again, to our esteemed guests who have been so generous with their time, with their wisdom, and have been so fun to engage with. Thank you so much and take good care, Alexina and Karina, and wish you nothing but the very best. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
I want to say a very special thank you to our panel discussion members, Shobana, Karina, and Alexina. Thank you so much for sharing your story as well as your knowledge with our audience today. Our next speaker is Steph Hopkins, speaking about transformative nutrition. Steph is fueled by her own weight loss journey after becoming a mother and discovered a passion for nutrition. Recognizing the profound effects on how good nutrition, balancing your physical and your mental well-being can all come into an alignment. And that's why she's decided to change her careers to become a transformational nutrition coach. And she shares her unique approach on how the interconnectedness of physical, mental, and spiritual aspects come together to create this holistic approach for the best nutrition possible for our minds, our bodies, and for our spirits. All right, I'm going to pass it over to you, Steph, to tell us a little bit more about your journey and how we can improve our own journeys with our nutrition. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for introducing me, and thank you to the International Yoga and Health Expo for giving me this opportunity to share about what I do. So as you heard, my name is Steph Hopkins, and I am a certified transformational nutrition coach. So I'm often asked, what is transformational nutrition and how is it different from regular nutrition? But before I get into that, I think it's better to share a little bit about myself, my story, and how I entered the nutrition and wellness space. About 5 years ago, I embarked on a health and wellness journey. This was shortly after my second child, my daughter, was born, and I had been really struggling with balancing the various areas of my life, specifically work and motherhood. I was quite anxious all the time, my energy levels were not great, and I really had a deep feeling that I needed to make some changes to my lifestyle. My whole life, I had not prioritized getting any exercise or eating well, and I was at a point, now being a parent, that I knew I had to do something in order to be the best version of myself for my kids. So I decided to really take time during my maternity leave to finally commit to going to a gym and preparing my own meals at home with a focus on whole foods. I even joined a transformation challenge and lost a lot of weight. The results I saw allowed me to rewrite a story that I had forever told myself, that I was just not meant to be a fit person. This had been a story that stemmed back from my childhood experiences. What I would later learn through my transformational nutrition training is that these stories we tell ourselves and our past traumas really inform who we are and how we view ourselves and the world around us. So my decision to become a nutrition coach didn't happen right away after my own transformation. After my maternity leave came to an end, I went back to work and I was actually able to balance my work and home life, and I continued to enjoy a healthy lifestyle. However, I really felt that something was missing. I started to question the career I had chosen. I was a school music teacher at the time, which was a great job, don't get me wrong, but I really felt like I wanted to make more of a transformative impact on others. My own lifestyle transformation had a profound impact on me, not just in terms of how I felt physically, but also on the way my mindset had shifted as a result of it. I now knew that you could rewrite your own stories and create a different version of yourself if you only believed you could. In the back of my mind, I did think that going into some sort of coaching role where I could help people with their own health and wellness journeys would be amazing. But I would push those thoughts away, thinking, no, I have a secure, stable job, and who am I to think that I could do that? Then in 2020, I had a traumatic experience. I lost my mother unexpectedly. She did not show up for dinner plans and was not answering her phone. When I went to check on her, I discovered that she had passed away in her home. This was a real pivotal moment in my life, as I was in shock. I was not prepared to lose her. She was not very old, and she was seemingly healthy. But this life-changing event made me reflect even more on my own purpose and made me realize that everything can change in a heartbeat, and I wanted to live a life where I felt truly fulfilled and excited for. I started to push forward those thoughts I was having about becoming a coach. My intuition and little signs from the universe were telling me this is what I needed to do. So eventually I started to look into nutrition schools. And when I came across the Institute for Transformational Nutrition, I fell in love with it right away. First off, just that it has the word transformation in the title is really special to me because honestly, I think it's one of my favorite words. Just the idea that someone can evolve into another version of themselves is so powerful. So, transformational nutrition is essentially a very holistic approach to nutrition. It's driven by the idea that we are fed by so much more than what's on our plate. It focuses on the actual science of nutrition, which includes health history, genetics, and exposome. It also includes psychology and the role of one's mental environment and past traumas. Lastly, spirituality is the third pillar, which is one's personal, communal, and environmental spirituality or the connection they feel to the world. So I think this model of nutrition really spoke to me because although my physical nutrition needs had been met, I had still felt like there was something missing. This was that my soul had been telling me that I needed to move in a different direction in terms of my career and my life, and that I still needed to make some adjustments to my mindset and start believing in myself more, that I could be brave enough to transition into something new and completely different, as scary as it was. So now that transformational nutrition is what I do, I really try to check in with my nutrition using all three pillars of this model and not just the physical. I often find people will want to go see someone like a nutrition coach to help them, let's say, lose weight. They usually expect to find out what they should be eating and they ask for an easy meal plan to follow. These are by all means great tools and will definitely be helpful, but it's also so important for them to know what they are truly hungry for. By this, I mean, we need to go a lot deeper and find out the why. So if I were to ask someone why they want to lose weight, they might say because they want to look and feel better. Then I could ask them, why do they want to look and feel better? And they might say something like, well, 3 years ago, I was much more fit and I just remember feeling really good about myself. Then if I were to ask them to figure out what was different in their lives then versus now, they might point out something like, well, now they have a new job that's really stressful, or they feel that they're just too busy all the time. And this realization can help someone understand what lifestyle changes other than a new meal plan are needed and what they are truly hungry for on a deeper level, one that's deeper than just weight loss. For instance, a feeling of having more time to do what they want to. Knowing the real reason why someone wants to make a lifestyle change is important in terms of mindset. Even reframing a goal of losing weight to something like, I want to achieve something I've always thought would be too hard to do, will be so much more rewarding in the end. In terms of bringing spirituality into nutrition, I think it's important to do something each day that raises your vibrational frequency to attract more positive energy into your life and just to feed your soul. This could be anything from practicing yoga to meditating, walking in nature, listening to music, dancing, to journaling about what you are grateful for. Personally, for myself, the thing that I do for my soul is listen to music. Music has always been very powerful to me, and as I mentioned before, I used to teach it. I find that even listening to a couple of songs can completely change my mood. I use it to help me focus, and at nighttime, I like calm music to help me unwind. I think it's really important for everyone to have something like this in their regular routine. And just as you may aim to eat a certain amount of veggies each day, I believe we should aim to do something for our mind and soul each day too, as that is just important for our nutrition. It just feeds us in a different way. I think the food we eat can also actually impact our mind and our spirit too. For me, I like to say, keep it simple and eat foods that are as natural as possible. I just finished running a group program where we focused on eating whole foods and clean eating. And the biggest benefit I find to eating a clean diet full of vegetables and fruit is the mental clarity it brings. I find my mood is so greatly lifted when I eat like this in comparison to eating something processed. I've recently become familiar with the term high vibrational foods, which essentially promotes the idea that the most natural whole foods like veggies, fruits, seeds, and nuts are foods that have the power to raise your energy and your frequency, which ultimately just attracts more positive energy into your life. I like the famous saying by Michael Pollan, if it comes from a plant, eat it. If it was made in a plant, don't. I think the biggest, most simplest way anyone can improve their health is to focus on eating whole foods, especially more vegetables. It will help them get the micronutrients the body needs and will have a tremendous impact on their gut health. My vision for our future definitely includes everyone taking some time to slow down and realizing the importance of eating more whole foods for their health. I think that we have become so busy and there are so many processed products out there that have just become way easier to eat instead. Most importantly, I think it's really important for us to teach our kids the importance of eating real food. Because we are busier than ever, there are more and more convenience products popping up, and they are often marketed to kids. I see it with my own kids. They are drawn to all these fun-looking cereal boxes and lunch snacks, and quite frankly, it is a bit of a battle to educate them on the importance of natural foods and not consuming too much sugar, when all they see are these really fun things that look way more fun to eat than, let's say, carrot sticks. It's really our responsibility as adults to set up our children for a healthy life. So this all sounds really great, but some people will often ask, how do you get the motivation to eat healthier, become more active, or take regular time to nourish your mental health? And I think it really comes down to self-love. The desire to take charge of your health ultimately has to be intrinsic if true transformation and lasting change is going to occur. We often hear the old saying, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything, implying that we need to prioritize our health. But often it's the case where one will wait until they are faced with a chronic condition for them to really start focusing on their health. I would love to see it become the norm for all people to make their physical, mental, and spiritual well-being an absolute priority, because it is. So to leave you with one last thought about transformational nutrition, I want you to ask yourself, how are you transforming right now? I think we all have the power and ability to continually transform into better, healthier versions of ourselves. This does, however, require you to live outside of your comfort zone and to challenge yourself to grow. I think if you just believe in yourself, you will soon surprise yourself with what you are capable of. Thank you so much to the International Yoga and Health Expo for giving me this opportunity to speak today. And I truly hope what I have spoken about can inspire someone to embark on a journey of transformation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amrish, for joining us here. We are really happy that you are joining the Yoga Health and Expo. We are entering in our 9th year. We are extremely happy that we were fortunate enough to launch your book, which is very much related to what we do and promotes what we do. So would you like to show us the book and share something about the book?
Well, thank you very much, Aditya and the group of Yoga Expo. I'm so thankful to all of you to give me this chance to participate and show my book. It is one of my favorite books because I always talk about it with the students and so many other groups.
Okay.
The purpose of the book is to demonstrate the overlap of mental health and success and achievement in life.
Okay.
That if I put it in one line, I would say that if anything stands between success and failure, that's your mental health.
Right.
And secondly, the second message the book has is that once you become successful, once you achieve something, that does not mean that you are successful. Success is for life. It is determined by what you do in life, how you feel, how contented you feel, how happy you feel. So many people who are achievers, about 40 to 50% of them, go on to develop in the next 2 decades a number of psychological issues. So the book has a word of caution for them. There are 2 stories which are lead story. One demonstrates that if you have a mental health issue, doesn't matter, you can reach the same height after treatment. And the second, that if you have succeeded, achieved, you are at a high position, please do not take your health for granted. The story shows that the gentleman slides down into mental health issues, but he recovers with spiritual intervention in the United States. And that's where the book is, it's surrounded by a number of other issues where we talk about depression, talk about anxiety, performance, careers, setting up the goals, what are the psychological factors, and how your family contributes to your success.
Okay.
And what you can do if you really don't succeed, what can you do? There's a lot to talk about spiritual intervention in this, and that gives me great pleasure to be part of your initiative to demonstrate that the book has something everyone would enjoy.
Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you so much for, giving us a little overview of the book. We would really be happy to promote that, and promote that in a motive that everyone will be able to understand the basic concept and how they can use that in their day-to-day life. That is amazing.
So nice of you. My hi to everybody. I wish I was there in Bangalore, but I am on a professional kind of a visit to India and meeting a lot of people, setting up programs, and that's why I could not reach back. And I did tell Aditya that if possible, we will connect and do everything possible for your mission of being vegetarian and vegan and being on the path of yogic way of life.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That's so grateful. We are really
Thank
grateful
you.
that you shared everything. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Nitika. It's so wonderful to talk to you. All
Same
the
here.
best. My best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
This year, one of our topics is mental health, and it is our great pleasure to be launching this incredible book by one of our speakers this year, Dr. Amrish Srivastava. And to welcome and to celebrate this book, I would like to call in our president, Aditya, as well as Shobna, and our volunteer, Rajiv.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, everyone, it's now time for us to officially launch our 9th souvenir, and it's very exciting for me to bring in to the screen to help me do this today, Aditya, our president, as well as Shobna and our volunteer, Rajiv, to help me launch it. So come on in. All right, here it is, everyone. It is the 9th Yoga and Health Expo souvenir, and it is our great pleasure to launch this all together today.
Thank you, Rishi.
Well, here we are switching between studios today. A very special thank you to our president, Aditya, as well as Shobana and Rajiv for sharing our 2023 Yoga and Health Expo souvenir with you all. Well, that brings our 9th annual Yoga and Health Expo to a beautiful close. We want to say a very special thank you to all of our viewers out there for joining in on this beautiful conversation. where we are all connected in as a community, talking about the yogic way of life, how we can be better to ourselves with nutrition, working on sustainability, and how we can align our holistic practices through our mental, through our physical, and our spiritual health. I want to say a very special thank you to all of the incredible speakers who are joining in internationally today, as well as all of our panel discussions that took place, having these very important and meaningful conversations with one another. We hope you took away some food for thought today, and we are really looking forward to all of the exciting things that we have on the horizon coming for you all real soon. I had so much fun with you all today being your host. I'm Rachel Bowe, and looking forward to having more conversations like this with you all again real soon. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Peace and love, and see you next time.